All right, what's up, chat? How are you doing? What's going on? I'm tired, but I'm also perpetually tired. So it is what it is. I also want breakfast. What should I eat for breakfast? Ooh, Taco Bell breakfast. You drive a hard bargain. But part of me wants. Is it crazy that I saw my ex-girlfriend's address in my DoorDash and then it made me sad for a second? It's those little things, you know, I get you. Krispy Kreme's in here though. I'll make a small pack of Krispy Kreme donuts. I get like 3 donuts. 3 donuts is $10? I don't get that then. And send that future style message. No, no. It wouldn't be good for me or anybody. I should get Bojangles. You need to send her a thing, give you text. Nah, the last time I messaged her was like 3 weeks ago. Because like we're not not chill or whatever. We're fine. And she didn't respond. So I've changed my ways. I don't give energy where it's not reciprocated. You know. I know better. Do you have a Discord? I do have a Discord. Exclamation point Discord. Your Twitch baddie will show up yet. It would be good. Now, yeah, but like Bojangles, I don't know. Let's just see what they have. They have fries. That's a little good. The rest of the stuff doesn't really sound appealing to me. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Zaxby's has breakfast stuff? Oh no, you can just get Zaxby's. I could just have fried chicken from Zaxby's for breakfast. You know what? I'm down for that. I'm down for that. They have fried cheesecake bites with strawberry sauce. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We'll get into the. What is up, chat? Hello. Where the Dijon go? I mean, it's still healthy. Let me cheat a little bit. You know what I had yesterday? Actually, I don't know what I had yesterday. What did I have yesterday? I ate something yesterday. Pretty sure I ate something today. I don't remember. I convinced myself that he ate healthy yesterday. I'll try to convince myself that I ate yesterday. I think I had. What did I eat? Oh, I had a Biscuitville. I remember. I had Biscuitville. I had a biscuit. Y'all saw me eat yesterday. I'm not gonna be gaslit here. Y'all watched me eat on stream. I had a biscuit and some eggs and some grits, some sausage. Anyway, I'm getting my freaking Zaxby's. You're not gonna stop me. Can I have some? Share what you want. Can I send your order for Zaxby's in the chat? Got 10 seconds though. I won't get it because I'm putting the order in now. Anyway, while I do this, let's watch Sneako get banned from Australia. Apparently, I think it's funny.
Be straight up. I wasn't deported. That's all straight up lie. I was issued a lifetime ban from Australia, and I'll detail. They gave me a lot of reasons. It's pretty funny that that's my life. I didn't even stream that, and I got a lifetime ban. That is media did this whole outrage. I didn't even stream that. I just was there existing. I didn't stream. I didn't do anything.
Ooh, wait. I not feel sorry for this. Sneako thought he was leaving his old ways behind, seeking out a journey and path in which he could cleanse his name by distancing himself from those that helped tarnish over the past couple years. But just this week, four different.
Oh, is there echo? Why is there echo? Let me check.
Four different institutions.
Oh, I know what it is. Hold on.
Have reminded Sneako's ass, hey.
No, I can't hear it. Why can't I hear it?
Even if you in a Benz, you still a nigga in a coupe. We didn't forget, you shouldn't either. Australia, that's right, the Australia, blocked him and banned him. The UFC banned him. Twitch rejected him. And even when he was assaulted just a couple weeks ago by that man on the street, the New York Police Department still said, fuck you. It don't matter to me. And I've had bad weeks in my life. I'm here to tell you though, this isn't just a bad week. This is a tale of somebody who has had a bad past and it's finally catching up to him. Sneako's past is still in motion. Just because you denounce all this stuff doesn't mean that you get some sort of reset. Your whole face doesn't just get deleted.
I don't think I'm considered a hoe no more. I don't really got nobody in the last like
Unless you run for the U.S. Senate.
2 or 3 years.
She said no more.
Your wholeness can get deleted like after a certain amount of time.
And this week, 4 institutions reminded Sneako and the world that maybe you should think before you create. If you're new to this and you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button. It's gonna go a long way for the channel. One day I might need to make a case for my internet wholeness to get deleted, and this subscriber count will be a part of my case. Now, back into the video. You know, I'm a fan of eucalyptus trees and koala bears, so I would like to visit Australia one day. That's probably what Sneako said. While out there visiting and vacationing,
I'm blocking you. You got to be more specific.
In the down under, he found himself in handcuffs and getting his ass sent back to the Americas. Why? Because he had found out that he had been banned from the entirety of Australia. It's interesting because the logic and the reasoning surprised Sneako himself, but once I heard it and once you hear it, it'll probably make a lot of sense.
It's basically called a character ban. So I didn't commit any crimes. I'm not a criminal. I've never been convicted of a crime, but they gave me a character ban. So my character is not
W.
fit for Australia to issue. So they revoked my visa and they said, you can't come back. You cannot come back to Australia.
The reason why Sneako got this character banned, and this is a direct quote from one of these senators of Australia, was that when you Google the individual, this strange character is a misogynist, he praises Hitler, and he's an anti-Semite. Basically what they're saying is the rhetoric that Sneako has been passing over the internet for the past X amount of years, no pun intended, has finally caught up with him, and it's getting noticed and recognized by a country who has been extremely, and I do mean extremely strict when it comes to social media.
Well, do you think that Tony Burke should cancel the visa of this American YouTuber Sneako?
Without question, for anyone who goes and Googles this strange character, is a misogynist. He praises Hitler. He is an anti-Semite. That is not the kind of person.
Right. To be entirely fair or whatever, should the state have the power to be like, we don't like your speech, so we're going to kick you out forever and ever? You know, that's up for debate. Is it funny that it happened to Sneako? Yes, and I will laugh at it.
We want here, and if the soulless organisations that are social media platforms thought it was wise to ban him and deplatform him in a sense, then why on earth is he working his way through our systems?
Now, this for American citizens is extremely unprecedented, but it seems as though other countries are acting fast, and they are taking the things that these content creators are placing online and saying, you know what, this is enough to, you know, build a profile off of them, judge them on their character, on their past, and say that we don't want them in our countries. We don't even want to deal with.
Like, obviously, Australia has been bad on this. Like, Australia being like, oh, we're banning social media for kids under the age of 16 or whatever. Like, that's stupid and ineffective. Like, it's just, it is a pretense to expand the surveillance state. You know, like, I'll remove my ha 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 Sneako got banned from Australia hat for a second to be like serious for a second. Like, this is a bad thing that Australia does, right? It is not good, right? Because it's ineffective and it serves to expand the surveillance state, and it will be used to crack down on pro-Palestinian people, and it will be used to label them as like anti-Semites to kick them out of the country and stuff like that. But like, Sneako can't cry about it. Like, he flagrantly ran around and was just like literally praising Hitler. You're surprised that like, why did this happen?
Any sorts of other issues that they may potentially bring. This is different because even Sneako can highlight, it's not like he was actually streaming in this country. He wasn't doing anything there. He was just visiting.
I didn't even stream there. I was just existing. I'm just chilling. I just was there existing. I didn't stream. I didn't do anything.
This would be counter to the Miami ban that he had gotten a couple months ago, where he, Andrew Tate, Clavicular, Myron, and Walter were at the Miami nightclub and they were playing Kanye West's anti-Semitic song. I think it was HH or whatever it's called. Sneako would immediately receive bans from different Miami nightclubs, restaurants, etc., based on those actions on stream. But this time he didn't do it.
Then he's like, what? Why did I get banned from this? You know what I mean? Like, that's the problem, you know? That's the issue. Like, people like Sneako doing this makes it worse for like everybody else, because they use this as pretense to overexpand the surveillance state and use it against actual pro-Palestinians, right? Sneako being like anti-Israel and anti-Semitic will be used as as pretense to be used against like anti-Zionists who are just existing in Australia. He's making things worse for literally everybody else. When he's like, I wasn't even doing anything. With like 2 months ago, he was like playing Hitler supporting songs, right, with a bunch of his Nazi friends, right? So Australia is stupid for expanding their surveillance state, and that will be used against pro-Palestinian supporters. And Sneako is stupid for even doing any of that in the first place and actually being a Nazi.
do anything, at least in the place that he's visiting. Australia is a place that's going to use logic and reasoning in order to make a judgment call. And they're going to keep these people that are deemed to be extremist or bad people away from their citizens at all costs.
Conservative commentator Candace Owens has been barred from visiting Australia because she failed the so-called character test used to evaluate applicants before granting them visas. The case was brought before Australia's highest court after Owens challenged Home Affairs Minister Tony Burke's 2024 decision to deny her a visa under the nation's Migration Act. Burke stated that Owens had potential to incite discord in the Australian community and decided that refusing to issue her a visa was in Australia's national interest. Burke said,
I think in a general sense, right? In general sense, if there wasn't this association with like anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, this would not be inherently a bad thing, right? If you told me that like Nazis would not be allowed to like travel or whatever, I'd be like, that's how it should have been from the beginning, right? Nazis shouldn't have been able to leave Nazi Germany in the first place. Right? I couldn't tell you what we should have done with them. You know what I mean? Like, originally, from the end of World War II, but like, that would have solved a lot of these issues and problems. You know what I mean? The problem is that I don't trust Australia or any current state apparatus to actually correctly discern from anti-Zionist and anti-Semitic thought, because they have shown that they can't do that. You know what I mean? So while they are hitting correct averages right now, I won't be surprised when they're not hitting correct averages later on. You know?
said in court documents that Owens had made extremist and inflammatory comments toward Muslim, Black, Jewish, and LGBTQIA+ communities, which generate controversy and hatred.
I'm not saying that
I do love that Australia added Black in there too. She's like, yeah, she's Black, but she's also anti-Black. You know what I mean? We know what you are. I think, no, I was going to make a joke. I'm not going to make that joke. Not in mixed company.
This Owens and Sneako are the same. They might come from the same drawer, but maybe they're a different tool. What I'm saying here is that Australia has shown the willingness to have a zero tolerance policy for any sorts of nonsense. Any of these disruptors, the people who feel like they just want to shake the fabric, just to shake the fabric of society for no reason other than their own financial gain. Those types of people, those people aren't just allowed in the country. And they're showing that they're going to take into serious consideration the impacts that social media can have on the public, which I think is actually a pretty big deal. Australia basically is going to start asking what these people represent. And when the government starts judging you on what you represent, your current
not even not doing a lot. Like the Australian government is still a, you know, they're not like too far off from the, you know, the British government, right? Which is not too far off from the Canadian government, which is also not too far off from the American government. You know, if they fall into to a similar ilk. Still a colony and puppet of the US? Yeah. Well, technically speaking, like, you know, UK and especially the British government, it's not technically like a settler colony of the US. It's the other way around. But like, they're all the same. They're all the same. They're the exact same. So like, you are correct, expanding on what I said. It's all the British people's fault, is what I'm saying. It all goes back to being the British people's fault.
Explanation may not matter anymore. As long as there's some sort of public archive of what you've done in the past, what you claim to be representing in the future can go out the window. Question isn't, hey, what are you doing today? It's about what your name is in the public conversation as a whole.
Now, explain this. How was he given a visa when he's been banned from multiple social media platforms numerous times over the years? Repeatedly banned from YouTube. It seems currently banned from Instagram, banned from social media, yet allowed into Australia. These are the kinds of people the Albanese government is letting in Australia, even while they're holding Royal Commission hearings into anti-Semitism.
Now, the worst part about this for Sneako is that when it rains, it ultimately pours.
I think the Australian accent is such an interesting accent. All these have such an interesting accent.
What the Australian situation shows is that these institutions really don't give a fuck about what you're saying online.
I will say this is a long video. This is a long video where Sneako got banned from Australia. I think we understand the point. He got banned from Australia. You know, this can be used for overreach and stuff. I will laugh at this just for a second. You know what I mean? Just for a second. I do want to get to Chud the Builder a little bit as well, just to see what's going on with him. But before that, I want to get into this video.
Other than the clapping,
I don't know if y'all seen the new stuff. Should I be using more than Sneako then? No, I scrolled through it. It's mostly Sneako. And I guess Chud the Builder as well. Oh, outfit change. Quick change. Are we booing? We'll see. It's an AI guy.
of butt cheeks, what is the most powerful sound a human being is capable of making? Boo. There is something so strong and impactful about tactical booing. And I just saw it used to great effect against one of these zombies that does this nationwide humiliation tour, cock gobbling on AI. Eric Schmidt, former CEO of Google, he just did a speech at the University of Arizona for their graduation, and he faced so many boos. I don't know why he kept going, but this is some hopeful shit, because people are seeing through this ridiculous AI messaging that these corporate fucking ghouls are trying to spout. The lies are now falling flat. So these graduates aren't having it. And it's not just college graduates, but just people in general are tired of it, especially like with AI data centers in particular, which I've been really blabbering about a lot recently.
Architects of artificial intelligence. Interesting.
The funniest part here is that I don't think these students are even like inherently like anti-AI. You know what I mean? These students, like a lot of these students probably use AI to cheat in their classes, if we're being entirely honest. What they hate is being sold AI as like a solution to their problems when they know that it's being used to one, steal their jobs, right? From this like, you know, elite billionaires. Yeah, they're talking about AI at a different graduation. I did not. Right, and this is why it's crazy, because these rich people cannot keep it in their pants. You know what I mean? They're like, we need to shove this down your throat, and you're gonna love it. Instead of just being like, normal people, but they can't be normal. Right? It's Joe Biden. I got he does look like Joe Biden a little bit. It's kind of funny. They're like, listen here, graduates. We know your prospects for finding a job suck because we replaced all your entry-level jobs with AI. But like, AI is like super cool, right? Don't you guys love it? Don't you guys love it? I went to my doctor today and he asked my consent to have AI write my treatment notes. That's crazy, bro. There's such a disconnect and a divide between like, that's why I think it's crazy, right? I think there's a disconnect between like AI, the way that young people use it, right? Which is still nebulous. And then AI, the way that older people use it, right? I think it's very interesting. It's like AI, the way that young people use it, like even kids nowadays, students, it's like, I will use AI to cheat on my homework, right? It's very personal, right? It's very like, I will like, it's very like, very me focused. Old people are like, I'm going to impose AI on everybody I know, right? Like, here, Johnny, my grandchild, I generated a picture of you in this new t-shirt. Don't you like it? And it's like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, that's a weird disconnect that I think is like very interesting divide. It kind of highlights why there's such a huge and growing divide between anti-AI and pro-AI sentiment on a generational line. So even young people who, I would say 2 years ago, were more pro-AI than they are now, are waking up to being a lot more anti-AI because of how adults are using it and are trying to like throw it at people. You know what I mean? So even people who are like pro-AI are like, I mean, like, I thought I used AI to like in my D&D campaigns, but like, I just hate seeing it. It's gross. It's nasty. And they just drop it too, because like their parents are using it, and their grandparents are using it, and their aunts and uncles are using it, and their bosses are saying they're going to use it to replace their coworkers, maybe even them too. And it's just like, ugh, you know?
The question is whether you will help shape artificial intelligence. We do not know. We do not know the precise contours of what this will shape artificial intelligence. Interesting.
Interesting. It's funny because like, he doesn't care. He's the former CEO of Google. He's a bajillionaire. You know what I mean? He literally doesn't care. He's like, oh, you hate it now. Oh, just wait till next week. Oh, wait till next year. We got some cool stuff coming for you. You're going to really hate it then. They literally don't care. They don't need our consent for this because they have the politicians' consent, right? The politicians need our consent. If we don't make our consent or lack of consent known, right, then it's meaningless. Literally, it's like, it's cute. You guys think you have a choice.
The question is whether you will help shape artificial intelligence. We do not know.
Interesting. Interesting.
We do not know the precise contours of what this...
I haven't seen Eric Schmidt in a while, but it looks like he's fully transformed into Joe Biden, like he's doing a cosplay. If all of this AI investment that he's done goes tits up and he loses all his money, he could have a side hustle being a Joe Biden impersonator for those YouTubers that invite them over for a private session. So at least he has a backup plan. So here's him delivering his motivational speech here at the graduation, but he's treating it like it's E3 for AI investing vultures.
E3, blast from the past, chat. Back in my day, E3 was a thing. You remember E3, chat? Does it make you feel old? It no longer exists?
Like, all he's doing is, like, pitching AI to them. Terribly, by the way. The messaging here is abysmal. And he just keeps being met with boos, but he keeps pressing forward. I think it is the perfect representation that sums up how all of this is going, especially with data centers. How data centers are being brute forced through in these small communities, even though the communities are doing everything they can, fighting back, very vocally opposing them. Booing, shouting, screaming, begging their representatives, their elected officials, to shut it down. Don't do it. But they plug their ears to it and they keep going anyway, even in light of all those boos. Like, again, I brought this up a lot. Like in Utah. There's not a single soul in Utah that is pumping their fist enthusiastic for a 40,000 acre data center to come in there and butt fuck them. It is spearheaded by Canadian billionaire Kevin O'Leary.
What's gonna suck so much is when the data center turns into a wasteland. When it inevitably fails in 10 years, and then it's completely abandoned, if it ever finishes construction in the first place. They're not built yet, Chat. They have to be built. And the AI bubble will pop before it is built. So, like, if it even gets built in the first place, right? Do you promise? I believe so. I mean, you have Charlie talking negatively about AI, you know what I mean? He's like the normie guy. And he's right that like nobody wants these data centers. Nobody. Even these small town like city councils are convincing themselves that they need them because it brings in money. It's the future they've convinced themselves. Which we'll get into that later because there's a video from AOC about AOC going to red towns, which is just like basically AOC gears up for a presidential campaign. Can she talk to rural voters to change their minds? Which we'll get into that later on. Which I am curious about. Can she do that?
Who just can't help but keep LARPing as an American, and nobody, no sentient person in Utah is happy about it, and they have been fighting the best they can to stop it, but Fox Elder County officials, they don't care. They're going to make a pretty penny, I imagine, from it. So they actually just berate the citizens and do it anyway. And the point I'm making is this speech has that same DNA. The demons that stand to make millions and billions of dollars from AI are constantly singing its praises and trying to shit down your throat and call it a delicacy and piss on your head and call it rain. And no matter what.
Also, Mr. Noob said thank you for the 17 months. And then Goof Scoop, thank you for the 4 months. And then Drew.mp4, thank you for the 9 months. I missed those. Much appreciated.
What you do, they just keep going forward. They hear your boos. They hear that you hate it.
It's like that one Rick and Morty meme, which is like, your boos mean nothing. I see what makes you cheer. Except it's your boos mean nothing. I have billions of dollars and I don't care what you have to say because I have billions of dollars.
Just don't care. So they keep going, much like this speech. He goes on for so long, even though it's nothing but boos over and over and over again. I don't know why he didn't just pack it up and walk away. Just be like, hey guys, I see you're not fucking with me. I'll just go home, I guess.
If you'd let me make this point, please.
That's not gonna work, bro. He's like, if you just let me make this one point. If you just let me make this one point. Even though he doesn't have billions of dollars, he only has hundreds of millions. He's a complete poser. Did he have billions of dollars when he was on Shark Tank, or was he a poser then too? Was he 100 millionaire sitting next to billionaires, being like, "Hey guys, I'm one of you." Fist bump, fist bump. He's always been a poser. That's crazy. Never been close to the 3 Comma Gang. That's crazy.
Let me make this point, please.
Yeah, you should, like, how do you sit here, bro, and not be embarrassed? You don't change up the speech a little bit? You don't shake it up?
Choose a diversity of perspectives, including the perspective of the immigrant, who has so often been the person who came to this country and made it better.
What?
What?
Eric, put down the crack pipe, snap back to reality. What? Pardon? What the fuck? Comparing AI to immigrants, huh? An interesting tactic. I don't think I saw this play in John Madden's handbook. I don't even know where to begin, Eric. I'm going to be honest. You kind of took my breath away.
He's like, y'all are college graduates. You went to college for 4 years. You're a bunch of liberals. You're a bunch of woke Marxists. You like immigrants. Right? Think of AI like it was immigrants, right? AI, immigrants, they're basically the same thing to me. I'm a billionaire. Like, bro, there have been books written about what should happen to people like that. I think that they should have a very wonderful rest of their life.
With this one, like these can't even be real people. He has to be some kind of like cringe android or something, right? Like there's no way.
We thought that we were adding stones to a cathedral of knowledge that humanity had been constructing for centuries.
Is he still talking about AI? Did he only write his speech about AI? Did he not have just an AI section? He could just be like, okay, let's just skip past that one section. He was just like, the entire speech is just AI. It was like, okay, no, Stone's Cathedral, that's AI. Humans, we built great things like the pyramid and AI. Okay, nope, that's still AI. Human existence, we went through many ages. The Bronze Age, the Iron Age, the AI. Okay, nope, that's also AI. It's just AI. It's all AI. It's just he's flipping through it. He's like, nope, that's AI. That's AI. That's also AI. He didn't write anything else except for AI. He can't just like skip to like the part of the speech that wasn't like AI stuff. Once he realized that people didn't really like it, he can't start freeballing. He was like, college graduates. You know, AI actually isn't that great if some people think about it. It's actually it's okay. Let's talk about like food. You guys like food? Who doesn't love like cheesecake? Who here likes cheesecake? I too love. You know what I mean? Just start talking about anything else, bro.
But the world we built, artificial intelligence that reflects those values, the world will be unimaginably better for it.
Now, in this video here that was covering the lowlights of his speech with all of the boos, they also started sharing the additional tiddlywinks of information there that I actually didn't know about Eric Schmidt. I did know his name appeared in the Epstein files. It was a dinner invitation, if I remember correctly, or even a couple of dinner invitations. I don't know if he went or not. But I didn't know he was recently in a lawsuit with his ex-girlfriend where she's alleging heinous things like sexual assault, which recently has been ordered by a judge to be settled through arbitration. There are other accusations as well in there, but I actually hadn't heard of that lawsuit before. So even before he went on stage, students weren't extremely excited to have him there, just in light of those things. And then he goes there and immediately...
Yo, hot take, not hot take, but like you know, hard challenge, challenge for universities. Have commencement speeches that don't suck. I know, it's very difficult. Very difficult. Seemingly universities cannot do it. Have commencement speakers that are not atrocious. Like, just like, find anybody else. Do a quick Google search. They're not a Google search. Quick Bing search or something. I don't think Google's going to show you what you need to know about this guy.
He starts yapping about AI! AI! AI!
Oh, my food's here, actually. All right, I'll be right back.
Let's get it! That kind of stuff. And just met with a tremendous amount of boos.
You are surrendering your agency. We have only seen maybe 1% of what is to come. I'm very proud of this. If you don't care about science, that's okay, because AI is going to touch everything else as well. Whatever path you choose, AI will become part of how work is done.
No, Goober, it'll become part of how work is not done by human beings. That is the big thing that we are seeing. Again, I don't want to just keep harping on the data centers, but I will. Data centers give temp jobs during their construction. Once they are completed, even the biggest data center in this country only employs about 150 full-time employees. So they come into these communities, they raise the price of living in the area for the people there because the energy bills go up. Also, again, I don't want to just regurgitate everything, but the water, everyone already knows this. And then most data centers that aren't the biggest in the country only have like 20 to 25 employees. They're not giving jobs. They are not.
I just click back and he's just like walking away. That's hilarious.
Didn't know about Eric Schmidt. I did know his name appeared in the Epstein files. It was a dinner invitation, if I remember correctly, or even a couple of dinner invitations. I don't know if he went or not. But I didn't know he was recently in a lawsuit with his ex-girlfriend where she's alleging heinous things like sexual assault, which recently has been ordered by a judge to be settled through arbitration. There are other accusations as well in there, but I actually hadn't heard of that lawsuit before. So even before he went on stage, students weren't extremely excited to have him there, just in light of those things. And then he goes there and immediately starts yapping about AI! 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 Let's get it! That kind of stuff. And just met with a tremendous amount of boos.
You are surrendering your agency. We have only seen maybe 1% of what is to come. I'm very proud of this. If you don't care about science, that's okay, because AI is going to touch everything else as well. Whatever path you choose.
That's, come on, bro. Come on, bro. He's so out of touch. He's so out of touch.
Part of how work is done.
No, Goober, it'll become part of how work is not done by human beings. That is the big thing that we are seeing. Again, I don't want to just keep harping on the data centers, but I will. Data centers give temp jobs during their construction. Once they are completed, even the biggest data center in this country only employs about 150 full-time employees. So they come into these communities, they raise the price of living in the area for the people there because the energy bills go up. Also, again, I don't want to just regurgitate everything, but the water, everyone already knows this. And then most data centers that aren't the biggest in the country only have like 20 to 25 employees. They're not giving jobs. They are not. They are making living more expensive being around them. And when it comes to AI in businesses outside of that, it is being used as a replacement tool for many jobs that humans have. So it's not giving any new jobs.
Even with data centers, even with AI, there are zero reasons for there to be data centers. Zero reason, even with AI, right? Because AI can be run on your local devices. And they are. Thanks a lot, Apple. If you have Apple or Windows, it comes with AI pre-installed on these devices. There's no reason for there to be these data centers. These data centers are just hubs of just massive heat systems, right? That are just throwing out, pollution, sucking up all the water from these communities. You know what I mean? Making things more expensive for these communities for nothing. Literally for nothing. There's no benefit for it. We have computers that are literally in your pocket are so powerful that for whatever you need them to do, for AI purposes, even for AI purposes, that's what they can do. Right? They only exist if you want to replace jobs at mass scale. That is it. That is literally it. Right? Only thing that data centers do is if Microsoft or freaking Amazon wants to replace their workers at max scale. That's the only reason why you need a 400 or freaking 1,000-acre facility, right? That's it. That's the only reason why you would need a giant data center is if you want to use that data center to replace tens of thousands of workers. For small tasks, your phone is enough. Your laptop is enough. You can run a local LLM to write your emails or whatever. And people do that. There's zero reason to push data centers. There's none. Literally none. Wife had an interview with AI bot. It makes me sick that they're getting rid of HR. Yes. The bagel people we talked about, last stream, got rid of their HR with freaking AI. This was South Dakota, I assume. A giant 500 megawatt that's projected to be built right outside of the city. One of the main energy providers told residents to not worry because technically, legally, cannot increase their energy bill because of the extra load from the centers. Well, the thing just got passed by the city that allows for them to increase the rates by over 9%. Insanity. It literally does. It literally makes no sense. The data centers only help replace workers. That is it. It's not about productivity. It's not even about AI. Oh, yeah, sorry. And mass surveillance. You are completely correct. Right? The data center is only for things at scale. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of queries. Things at scale. That's literally it. Things for governments. Things for multinational corporations. Not for your ChatGPT. Not for your email writing. It's not. It's technically for ChatGPT because millions of people are using it. But for what you as a boomer use ChatGPT for, data centers will not help for that. It literally will not. It's not for you. As powerful as your home computer is, what's running on your home computer is just a communication utility to talk to the data center. Phone won't do shit without a data center crunching on the model in the background. No, that's not true. That's not true. Apple Intelligence shipping on your your MacBook is local. You buy an MacBook with Apple Intelligence, that is local. It is local onto your MacBook. It is using your MacBook hardware. It's not fast. It's not like, as quick and as speedy as it is querying freaking ChatGPT, but it is local. It is local. I'm not just making shit up. That is true. It is local. Right? Is it any big compute to develop the models? That's not even necessarily true because they're not developing the models. They're stealing the models from China. They're not developing the models. They're stealing the models from the open source models that have already been created from each other and from China originally. And the models have also plateaued.
It's a near-frontier AI model. On benchmarks, it trades blows with Claude Opus and GPT 5.4. There's a smaller version called Flash that's not far behind. It can code, reason, handle 1 million tokens of context, and it costs basically nothing to use. You can also run the whole thing on a laptop, fully offline. Let me walk through it. Quick context.
This is 99% of use case. 99% of use case. Right? 0.9% of use cases. That's it. That is it. The final evidence of bombing that the government is engaged with Iran people. The genocide has inspired the genocide of Israel carried out in Palestine. We don't forget. True. I have seen people. I've seen your conversations with the people on Twitter though. I've seen you going back and forth with people on Twitter. We'll finish this stupid AI college person.
Jobs right now, Eric. And even Kevin O'Leary, the galaxy brain intellect that he is, when pressed on it, can't name a single job that it gives. He can only just vaguely talk about this nebulous concept of AI bringing imaginary jobs in wet dreams. Nobody in this industry can explain what jobs AI is going to bring to people, because right now all we are seeing is the jobs it is taking from them. So there, even in his speech, it's not like he's giving any examples of how this is going to actually help people. He's just saying, yep, even if you don't care about science, it's touching everything. Everything is going to be contaminated with AI. So get ready and put a big old smile on that face, because you can rest assured that we're making a lot of money from it. Us, the billionaires, not you guys, don't get it misconstrued. Us, the club that you're not in, by the way. And I feel like I need to mention on the back of what he's spouting here that there is a very real application for AI where it is beneficial to people, and this is one I've yapped about quite a bit, specifically when it comes to the medical field. There is a lot of really good use cases of AI being integrated into medicine and science, where it's not replacing anyone, it is a really helpful tool to help when it comes to things like data collection and looking at all of these things quickly. And we even saw that recent story about a guy who made a personalized medicine, a personalized treatment for his dog. Like, there is a lot of really cool things that AI can be used for that are helpful.
Even that is a little bit iffy, because like it depends on like what type of AI you mean. Like if you mean like generative like AI kind of collecting stuff and spitting stuff out, that's one thing, versus like AI to like detect like cancer. That's different. Like that's like machine learning is different than like somebody being like, hey chat, make me a program for my dog. That's slightly different. I still think you should take your dog to a vet. Personally.
Helpful to people, but what we're mainly seeing is the ham-fisting of AI into everything to justify the unfathomable amounts of money that have been...
Like, I'm not a 3D modeler, so I can't speak much on this, but I see like AI used for like retopology or something. I'm like, that seems like it would be interesting. I don't know if it's like bad or not, but like that seems like it would be interesting. It's like stuff like that, I would assume. Yeah, that's like in that similar vein, but not like the way I view it is that like if you couldn't do it before AI, right? AI should not be doing it for you. You know what I mean? That's a very easy baseline. Right? He's talking about generative AI is creating an LLM of data that's already been collected. I mean, that is generative AI. LLM is an example of generative AI. I'm not saying that's inherently wrong, but it is what it is.
Poured into this industry so quickly. So you're seeing AI in things like fucking fast food with Patty.
I don't know. I'm not a freaking 3D modeler, whatever.
The AI helper trying to remind fast food employees to say thank you, and like monitoring employee behavior to ensure they're saying enough thank yous. Like, this is fucking garbage. It is right now in this state where they're just trying to find any ways of squeezing a little bit of clams out of this investment they've made into AI, so they're putting it into everything, and it is inshitifying all of it that it is touching. But that doesn't mean that it always has to be that way. Like I said, I do see a lot of positive things that can come from AI in medicine in particular, but that just doesn't even really seem to be the focus of most of these AI corporations right now. It really does seem like it is being used to try and find ways to save money for these businesses at the expense of human workers, replacing them for cheaper AI alternatives. And that sucks. That's why so many people hate this and hate when people like Eric Schmidt start preaching about it and start publicly dick-sucking it. Like, he is actually on his hands and knees with AI, one cock in each hand.
But even with AI in the medical field, that's not even a big enough application to justify the expansion of data centers that we see. You know? It's just not. You don't need that much computing power for that one specific application. That is only used for AI at scale, like mass replacing people's jobs, you know? For billion-dollar corporations replacing like hundreds of thousands of workers with AI, you know, assistants and chatbots and HR consultants, whatever. You know? That's where I see people bringing up AI being useful in medicine at the same time. I see a few articles about AI messing up in that area and causing trouble for doctors. No. I think that's a different thing. It's not AI being useful in all of healthcare. It's AI being useful in medical research and like being able to like identify like early signs of cancer, being able to differentiate like cancer cells from non-cancer cells or something like that. You know what I mean? Protein folding is a classic example of machine learning in medicine. Yeah, helping find patterns, exactly. So not necessarily like doctors generating, you know, treatment plans from AI, right? That's not necessarily how it's used. It's mostly for like pattern recognition and differentiation with machine learning to do that. There's probably videos you can find to say that, but like that's why how it's different. You know?
And one in his mouth, going crazy, slurping on AI wiener. And people are tired of it.
If you want to learn something entirely new...
As to do the parasitic nature of Gen AI, most people think AI is just Gen AI, and it isn't. I support AI for science, but Gen AI is a slippery slope, especially under our systems. Yeah. And this is what I said this like 2 years ago when we first started talking about this. Like tech evangelists made that distinction and conflation on purpose, right? Because they want the good things that happen to be seen as just AI, right? And make it inseparable from like the bad things that AI is doing, right? Anyway, I want to see what he's saying as well.
Each hand and one in his mouth, going crazy, slurping on AI wiener. And people are tired of it.
If you want to learn something entirely new and you want to have a personal tutor in any language for the cost of an internet connection, you can have it. You can now assemble a team of AI agents to help you with the parts that you could never accomplish on your own. When someone offers you a seat on the rocket ship, you do not ask which seat. You just get on. The rocket ship is here. Let me give you some advice.
Just leave the stage! God, this went on for so long, I'm surprised they weren't throwing tomatoes and banana peels at this guy to get him the fuck out of there, man. No one wants to hear your advice when you're up here just pitching AI. He's not making any, like, good points. It's not a positive message to any of the graduates here at all. This shit just turbo sucks. Eric, leave.
First, find a way to say yes. Listen.
Bro, yeah. Preaching to the students will help, for sure.
You bring the judgment. You bring the conscience. You bring the perspective. I'll give you one final reflection. Happiness, I have come to believe, is not the same as joy. Happiness is derived from meaning. Meaning in your work, meaning in your relationships. Thank you very much and good night.
Holy Toledo, his side profile is indistinguishable from Joe Biden. Like, I really cannot believe how much he looks like him. This could be his fucking body double. But he finally gets some applause when he's leaving, which is what everyone wanted him to do many minutes ago, man. This was awful. Terrible speech. This might be the most amount of boos I've ever seen someone just sit there and face tank. Like, honestly...
True. I want to see some more boos. Let's see the keynote speaker at UCF's graduation be met with boos. Also talking about AI.
Of artificial intelligence is the next industrial revolution. Oh, whoa. What happened?
Oh, she's like, what happened? Yeah, she did react like a human. It makes me feel a tad bit bad. You know what I mean? She reacted like a human. She's like, oh no, what did I do wrong? She's just like, she's out of touch. She's out of touch. The other guy is a monster. He's a ghoul. Right? Which kind of makes sense if she's a vice president of a real estate firm, right? She's probably not a billionaire. She's probably like a millionaire. You know what I mean? It's like, it makes sense about the difference of the reactions that they received. You know what I mean? They're both out of touch, but he's literally like a demon. Like, this guy is a demon. He's like an Epstein affiliated demon. And she's like, just an out of touch millionaire who was like, what's wrong, guys? Don't you guys like being replaced? I'm sorry. I thought you guys would like to have been being replaced. Oh, nobody told me you guys wouldn't have liked to be replaced by AI. Wow, that's news to me. I wish somebody would have told me before I got on the stage that nobody likes being replaced by AI. Then maybe I wouldn't have said it. You know what I mean? Like, that's I think it's very silly, very funny.
Okay, I struck a chord. May I finish? Only a few years ago.
She's like, oh, lady, just give it. Just give it. Just skip the lines. Skip the lines. Don't say it. Don't say it.
AI was not a factor in our lives. Okay. All right. Okay.
She's like, all right. People said to workers, the machine started to replace them. Factory owners were like, aren't you happy to have it easier than thousands of being laid off? Exactly. Almost exactly like that. Yeah. With no protections for the workers at all. Right? I'm sure the workers would have been relatively a little bit more okay with it if there was a guarantee that they wouldn't have lost their jobs. Right? But you bring out this machine being like, this bad boy right here can do the job of 30 of you out there. Isn't that cool? And they started cursing you out. I'm like, whoa, I'm seeing a lot of hostility here. This will make your jobs easier. You get to go home earlier. And they're like, are we going to get paid the same amount? Well, no, you're going to get paid less because you're working less. See, that's why we like it. And they're like, no, that doesn't make any sense to them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's exactly like that. People are so silly. Anyway, so in the same vein as this, let's get to AOC doing her presidential gear up. Because if we're being honest, that's exactly what this is. Call me crazy, but the vice president of strategic alliances sounds exactly like a kind of job that could be replaced with AI. To be fair, most white collar jobs don't really need to exist. I wouldn't say shouldn't exist, but don't need to exist. Like, they're not required. Does that make sense? They are positions that are created to just, to just be there. Teams are a lot bigger for middle management than they should be. Let's see this. We took AOC to a deep red data center town. Can she win residents over?
First met Beverly and Jeff Morris a year ago. They live 400 yards from Meta's 2.5 million square foot data center campus in Morgan County, Georgia, where Trump got over 70% of the vote. Now I'm back this time with Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to find out if one of the most progressive Democrats in the country can connect with the people being left behind by the data center boom.
Our water situation is...
This is what I'll say. Again, same thing I said yesterday. What? I think it's good that there's finally a focus on, like, the South in this country. However, I don't want AOC to be that focus. I don't want it to be AOC taking on a mission trip, basically. You know what I mean? I don't want this to be AOC's mission trip to the South. I want AOC talking to leaders in the South, right? I want organizations, right, being bolstered in the South so they can stand on their own with the resources and the attention that they're given without it just being, how can we support AOC, right? I want to make sure that it doesn't turn into that. I don't think it's bad that AOC is going to the South. I think it's good that these conversations are starting, right? But I don't want it to turn into a mission trip, right?
Worse. The water that we're getting into the house is worse. And we're all on wells, so when that's affected...
You'll see it on the map inside. There's just this large area that is the recharge, sort of where the water's under the ground. The Morrises and their neighbors haven't had clean water from their wells since Meta construction began.
We've seen this playbook before from big companies. This is pretty night and day. You know, the only thing that changed was that spot opening up across the street, right? Nothing else.
Oh, yeah.
When you try to talk to these big tech companies behind these things, the Zuckerbergs and the Jeff Bezos, Amazon, do you think that they have any empathy for what's happening?
Well, one of the reasons why I certainly wanted to come out here is because when you're stuck in Washington and these issues come up, you get a bunch of lobbyists that come down and they tell you that it's all fake. You know, they tell you that the water issues are actually not that serious.
It looks like that's running for president. I don't really have thoughts, honestly. I think she's going to do it. If you're asking me, do I think she's going to win? No, not really. I think she has a chance to do well. Yeah.
You know, all this stuff is kind of like an urban legend, and it's really not that bad. Obviously, you guys don't have a lobbyist in Washington. No.
Seeing what you saw this weekend, does it rise to the level of a congressional inquiry?
Absolutely. You're looking at a water...
I think AOC could beat a Republican. The question is can she win in a Democratic primary, where the Democrats are known to cheat. Can she succeed where Bernie Sanders has failed numerous times? I don't think so. I do not think so. I think all the leftists are going to be like, oh, why did this happen? Oh, man. And they're going to be like, I guess we have to vote for Gavin Newsom now. And then we're going to be in the exact same position we're going to be in 2032 or whatever. Because that's just how it goes, right? Hopefully, maybe it'll be different. Do you think if she gets a primary, she wins? For sure. 100%. I don't think it even matters who she runs against at all, actually. I think she gets the primary, she wins. Like, keep in mind that Joe Biden won handedly, and Kamala Harris would have won handedly if she, like, didn't do what Joe Biden did, or didn't separate her, didn't attach herself to Joe Biden, right? And didn't, like, you know, it wasn't complicit in Israel's genocide. Right? Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris both lost because they were too establishment focused and did not actually speak to what the people needed. I think AOC can do that better than either of them can. You know? I think Bernie would have won in 2016.
Recharge area connected to an aquifer that can affect and is connected to the water supply of an entire state, times every state that a data center is in. That absolutely merits and rises to the level of national congressional investigation.
This is the first time I've heard anyone come forward and say, we need to stop this.
What was it like hearing from AOC and meeting her?
It's not what I expected, really. It was a good surprise. I mean, I think it went real well. I feel like she cares about our situation.
There's just a lot of controversy around everything political, you know. If there's a chance that anything can be done, I feel like she is gonna be the one to do it. But working together across party lines, we need her.
I mean, this is very obviously set up for presidential run. It's not even trying to be hidden, you know? I mean, I think these next 2 years, she'll have to make herself the face of the Dems to pull it off. And this is the beginning of that. Right? I hope she actually does good down there. I hope she talks to organizers down on the ground. I hope she meets with people. I hope she talks with elected officials and tries to bolster progressives there, like actually there. You know? And she needs to drop that stupid endorsement policy. She does. She needs to drop that stupid endorsement policy. Not endorsing against incumbents. Dumb. Stupid. That makes her more unpopular. She needs to drop that. Start pushing against the establishment. Right? She will not win if she does not push against the establishment. Democratic Party is the most I guess the second most unpopular it's been since the party split. Right? That's my thing. I think, and I don't necessarily like the way that people are talking about this conversation because it's basically it's framing AOC like a savior of the South or whatever. When like it should be AOC is going to talk to and meet with like people on the ground. That's kind of what Zohran Mamdani did. You know what I mean? He went, he talked to organizers, he talked to unions, spoke with tenant unions. He met with activists, right? Sat down with them, right? And AOC should be doing that as well. So this is like a first step. Well, that's what I want to see more of. But yeah, that's the data center conversation. covered all. We can get into the Chud the Builder stuff, or there's something I want to talk about yesterday. I don't know if I remember. Let me see if I look through my bookmarks. Interesting. Hold on.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Will this be in the exam? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Sorry, I saw something. I got distracted by this. Okay, all right. Don't remember. Okay, we'll watch this video on Chud the Builder, or yeah.
One of the alt-right Renaissance newest clans members ended their career before it even started. Live streamer notorious for posting racist content arrested for shooting.
A live streamer known for posting racist videos is in custody after he said he shot a man after a confrontation in front of a Tennessee courthouse, authorities said.
How do you shoot a nigga while you're literally attending court?
The shooting happened as Dalton Etherly, who goes by Chud the Builder online, and the man were outside the Montgomery County Courthouse in Clarksville, the Tennessee District Attorney General's office said. Both men were taken for medical treatment. Etherly live-streamed himself speaking to first responders after the incident, saying he shot the man in self-defense after Etherly claimed he was attacked.
He hit me, started wailing on me, even after I had to defend myself by shooting him.
Even after shooting a whole man on stream, dude could still victimize himself. The goal to be on stream, where everybody knows that your shtick is to provoke black people into having nigga moments.
Yes, he shot the man and himself.
Right? Shoot the person and then claim that you're the victim of that. Heinous.
He asked if he also shot himself when he opened fire.
Chud was attending his own court hearing. He then subsequently shot a man, and then he ended up somehow shooting himself.
Etherly regularly posts videos of himself using racial slurs and getting into confrontations. He has gained over 200,000 followers on X.
Be a good boy. You heard me.
Literally fucking around and finding out. Please tell Jacob to hit the big red button on the White People Factory. Cause this batch, lot number 1488, this batch got pissed in it. In order to fully understand how we got here, it's important to review the key players in what I call the alt-right renaissance. Anytime when you see this dude up here, Fair Buck, between Fair Buck and Scuba Steve or whatever the man name, know that this is a paid shill. Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, Sneako, Tristan Tate, Clavicular, Myron, and Justin Waller. Who the hell is Justin Waller? They just make it up niggas at this point. Arrive at the club playing Ye's band song.
I'm the villain. Juice man! Juice man! They don't understand the things I say on Twitter.
Bro, look at how happy Sneako is before he gets banned from Australia.
I know it smelled like 10 pounds of bunks that ass in there.
Oh God!
Look at this crimson chin ass nigga. This is a nightmare blunt rotation right here, okay? Mind you, Hitler would have done send both of them to the VIP section of Auschwitz. None of them would have made it in the Third Reich. I'm sure most of y'all are inured to Andrew Tate, who is a washed up in comparison to the newer folks like Clavicular over here.
Wait, this is Andrew Tate? I'm sorry, I did not recognize him. He's looking rough. He is looking rough. His brother? Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, that does not look like this man. What happened to his hair? He has some now.
Is the logical evolution of Andrew Tate's rhetoric, which is incel nihilism, essentially. They're both comfortably next to Nick Fuentes, who is also an out and proud racist, yet has been sane-washed into the mainstream by legacy media like CNN and Fox News and them, who try to hear...
And Destiny. Mostly Destiny. Yeah, I got these fried cheesecake bites. They taste disgusting. I don't like them at all.
Him out as if he has anything redeemable to say. You have this man, Nick Fuentes, alongside two raccoons, Myron and Sneako, who are the de facto ambassadors of Ashi internalized anti-blackness. The manosphere has always existed, but the online iteration of it was thriving in the early 2020s with Fresh and Fit, of which Myron is one half of, Kevin Samuels and Andrew Tate. Things hit a snag when notable members either died, went to jail, or simply lost relevance, which created a power vacuum that the new manosphere figures filled, such as Clavicular down here. Clavicular reveals he is infertile at 19 years old.
So right now, I am infertile, but I'm not able to have kids.
Sorry, not woo. I would not woo that. I'm just saying we won't have to worry about any more claviculars in the future.
Right now, but if I wanted to, there's a protocol I can put in place to be immediately going to get.
Wait, why are you infertile right now?
So it's just like a negative feedback loop when you're not needing to produce testosterone anymore because your body realizes, okay, we're getting it from an exogenous
So you're not producing
source.
any testosterone naturally?
No.
None?
No.
Transphobic man on hormone replacement therapy. Clavicular is the manifestation of manospheric red pill incels.
I'm not saying clavicular is not transphobic. But is transphobia like one of his calling cards? Like, it is for Sneako. Like, Sneako's whole, like, one of his whole things is like, he's a Hitler-loving anti-Semite who's also transphobic. I know clavicular. I don't know much about him. I just know that he's a bone-smashing guy who is like, the more attractive you are, the more people treat you good in society. That's all I know about him. And he's racist. And he's infertile now. And he shot an alligator. That's what I know. That's what I know about this man. I haven't heard anything about this man like political adjacent. Like he hasn't delved into like the culture war. So to see your VODs past broadcast more than 2 months ago. Depends on how far back you want. I have a VOD channel where I have a lot of my VODs on. And I have my YouTube where you can see also a lot of my VODs. But it depends on how far back you want.
Searching for relevancy under capitalism. So with every generation of the manosphere, the rhetoric got more extreme as a means.
Racism and misogyny. I don't know about his other bigotry lineup is. I'm down to assume that he's transphobic. Like I'm fully down to assume he's transphobic. I'm just saying that I haven't heard that like explicitly from him. Like I've heard his like direct racism. You know what I mean?
Of attracting attention.
So a clip of him expecting a woman to see if she was trans or not. Okay, I mean that's enough for me.
The psychological concept of deviance amplification posits that when people perform shocking behavior and get rewarded with attention, it not only incentivizes them to escalate that behavior, but it also incentivizes others around them to escalate their behavior as well in hopes of gaining attention. Clavicular has been using racist rage bait in order to gain attention. Neon was shook after Clavicular said he don't want anything but white girls' normal race.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't want anything but a white girl. Are you serious? Yeah, bro. What are we talking about? Like, you would get with anything not. What? You get with anything not normal? Not normal? What the? Not like the normal race? You wouldn't do that? I think they're all normal.
You know what it is to make Neon look like a reasonable person in comparison? He is a very.
I mean, he's obviously trolling, but like. He did make Neon look normal. By Neon being like, I mean, I think everybody's normal. They all races are normal. Like, how do you make neon look normal to you?
Good ambassador for this new brand of incelic nihilism that is the logical conclusion and progression of 4chan folks. Unlike everybody else on that bus, I don't think that Clavicula has any allegiance to any agenda. There's nothing that he's trying to push. There's nothing he's trying to
that's what I was saying, chat. Like, I know he is like racist, right? He is misogynistic, but like he's not like expressly political. He's just stupid. And like he wants to be famous, right? And like that's kind of it. So he'll like yeah, I'm infertile. Yeah, I do meth. Yeah, I smash my face with a hammer, right? Because he likes the fame of it. Kind of push like incel looks magazine. Yeah, but I meant like the isms. You know what I mean? The isms. Like obviously he's like pushing like the look smashing and the bone smashing and all that stuff, but like the more playing to 4, not you. Oh, okay. But he's not like Myron, is a Nazi, or like Nick Fuentes, who is a Nazi, or Andrew Tate, who's a Nazi, or Sneako, who's a Nazi. You know what I mean? He's surrounded by Nazis, so I'm down to say he's also a Nazi. You know, Nazi bar analogy and all that. But he's not like ideologically like pushing Nazism the way that the rest of them are. Right? That's why it's slightly different, which is why it's also slightly weird why he's hanging around them, because he doesn't need to do that. You know? Vigor seems extremely insecure. No, he is. Which is why every time you see him next to a attractive man, he's crying. Did y'all see the interview that he had with, I don't know if it was CNN guy? He had an interview with a guy with CNN, right? Who was asking him, was like, what's mogging? And the guy, and the figure was like, well, am I mogging right now? The figure was like, well, I don't know. I had to see your financial situation. I'm not even, this is a real thing that happened. Like, I have to find it. It was so funny. It was so funny. Oh, where is it at? I don't care about the stupid. Okay, I think I found it. Yeah, it's this. I don't have a timestamp for it though.
All good? Ready to go?
Well, first of all, that's honestly like a pretty mog side effect if you think about it. Hormone usage. Anecdotal.
I've heard you describe yourself as infertile. Is that true?
I haven't officially been tested, but I've just been kind of going based on my anecdotal experiences. But yes, that is.
Every time, I told you, why is he crying? I told you. Every time he's in front of like an actual like adult person, right? Who's like slightly critical of him, he's just like, every time. This isn't even the funny question.
Really? Well, let me put this to you then, okay? You mentioned feminist gesturing, or however you described it. I would say to you, Clav, that some of my most cherished friendships and influences in my life are 100% women. I'm curious to know what you think that says about me.
So most of the friends in your life are women?
I said some of the most cherished friends in my life are women.
I don't really see a problem with that at all. I mean, I have plenty of female friends.
Women would listen, though, to what you're saying and consider it misogynistic and sexist. Are you those things?
Would they really? I mean, I just also called out the state of men in 2026 with OnlyFans subscriptions, pornography addictions, financially terrible off. So I think I'm just calling out sort of what's wrong with both sides of the aisle. So I don't really think that's
This interview did not do him any favors. Why are his eyes like that? Like, it looks like he's like, he just finished crying and he's about to start crying again. I want to see the mogging section now. Apparently he walks out too. Hold on. The interviewer asked him, he's like, do I mog?
Due to the fact that I've been suppressed for a very long time and work out in any way other than the most efficient one, and that was with anabolic steroids. So it's sort of like a cheat code, and that's how I thought. Men are arguably living in tendencies typical of women. It's
I don't know what the concept is.
Self-improvement sort of was in the mainstream.
Anyway, I want to get to the end where he walks out apparently.
Really nothing.
So it's interesting you put it that way. You know, a lot of the things you talk about and say are very similar to other things we hear in the whole manosphere and things that people see as rather problematic. But on that note,
2 more questions.
Of course, was born out of the incel community and movement. And do you identify with that group? How do you feel about being linked to that group of people?
Do I identify as an incel? I mean, how could you ask me that question as a follow-up after you asked me about my relationships to women? I mean, that's quite literally the worst sequence of questions I think I've ever heard.
Well, let me rephrase it then. Looks maxing was obviously a term created by the incel community. How do you feel about being linked to that group?
I'm not linked to that group in any way. Looks maxing is self-improvement, right? So it's about potentially even ascending out of that category. So that would be kind of one of the goals.
It would be crazy. I was an incel. Oh my! I love this. Is so funny. One more time. I throw it back.
Improvement, right? So it's about potentially even ascending out of that category. So that would be kind of one of the goals, is to disassociate from being an incel and overcome that. So that doesn't make sense.
You also maintain, or you've been seen with certain people who are from all parts of that world. I mean, just as an example, you've obviously shared company with Andrew Tate and other, dare I say, rather controversial figures. Why do you spend time with people like that?
Are you trying to, I see you want to make this political.
Not at all. Not at all. I'm just curious.
No, that's what you want to do.
No.
You know you have
not at all. Not at all. Not at all. I'm not.
You want to end
at
it
all doing that
and talk about.
I'm just curious. No, not at all. I don't care about your politics. I know you're not political. You've said that repeatedly. I'm just, when you get seen with those people, obviously people make assumptions. I'm wondering what the thought process and motivation for you is behind.
Interview. I guess you watched the Piers interview.
I did, yeah.
Too bad I didn't have time to look into, anything about potentially, who your wife cheated with. But don't try to go down that line of questioning with me, all right? Because I'm not doing any political.
I'm not married, Clav, but I was simply only asking because obviously
I'm not married.
With these people.
So I could teach you about looks max, and then maybe you could switch that up. But thanks for the time. Appreciate the interview. All right.
LOL.
All right, got that done? Yes.
Why did he leave like that? Guess he didn't want to be asked about his connections with Andrew Tate. I don't remember how we got here exactly explicitly, but like it kind of just showed you the clavicular is just kind of a loser. Not even kinda, right? He is a loser. Right? He's just like that's kind of his entire thing. He's like okay, I think it's like this. I think he's like how do you say this? Like you know, like people in high school get bullied and then like grow up and then become like more attractive, but then hold on to that insecurity. It's like that. Like he hasn't dropped that insecurity from like being bullied as a young person. I don't even know if he was bullied. I was like, yeah, he didn't even last 60 minutes. He lasted 50 minutes. The castle, there are no consequences on the outside the castle walls. They feel the weight of consequences. They can't function. Exactly. Yeah, I did see the he got like, owned by his judge. I enjoyed the irony of Clavicular, the supposed #1 looks masters being absolutely mogged by the judge in Miami case. Funny that the sex pest guy is saying this as well. Well, aren't you supposed to be aligned with this guy?
Firing a gun in the Everglades during a live stream. They have now pleaded no contest to the charges. Andrew Morales, known online as Cuban Tarzan, and Braden Peters, who goes by Clavicular, they were each.
I'm sorry. This guy calls himself Cuban Tarzan? Why would you pick that name? That name sounds dumb. We had long hair in the past. Maybe, I guess. Guy had the weirdest answer about trans folks when he was transphobic, but out of recognition, kind of likes them, but and he hates himself. I mean, that's not unique for like transphobic people. Where it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like this, right? I think people are so used to like transphobia just being so overtly like hateful that like when people just like otherwise trans people, it doesn't even necessarily hit as like transphobia in that way. Where it's like, if somebody's like not a Klansman, it doesn't mean that they're not like racist. Like otherization is still like bigotry. I'm not coming at you specifically, Chad, by the way. I just want to point that out there. So he can like not like directly be like, you know, directly like hateful towards trans people, but still be transphobic, you know?
He just is. You will have Clav saying the N-word. He demeans black women as well as fetishizes them in the same breath, which is a reminder that both of these things can exist, and they normally do exist at the same time. But the thing is, saying the quiet part out loud, like Clav does, is undesirable behavior. Clavicular was crushing his bones, destroying his body's ability to create testosterone, and dropping more N-words than Quentin Tarantino. By making that his brand, the only way he could grow is by becoming even more outrageous, which eventually led him to doing things like this.
Clavicular Cybertruck incident.
Start driving with this guy. Drive.
Oh my fuck.
Oh my god. Is he dead?
I don't know.
Hopefully.
Dog, how is this funny at all? How is this funny at all, Toby? This is your first time here? Let me find y'all. Oh, okay, so Vampy, you didn't even give me the pleasure of banning, man.
And me.
You didn't even give me the pleasure. I ain't gonna lie, when I saw him, I did think
Did he die? I think he did die.
Who the nigga is from, Oh.
No? He lived? I thought he died. I haven't seen it since we first looked at it. And I thought when we first looked at it, people said that he died. I didn't look back into it. I honestly thought that he died, and the cops were like, "Oh, you're good, clavicular. Good luck. You know, have fun." Genuinely, I thought that he killed this person. And the cops were like, "Nah, you're good, bro. You're good."
Oh, go away. What Tobias' name is? Tobias, from Black Lightning, man. I did think of this nigga when I saw him, I ain't gonna lie. Oh, God. Big up my folks with albinism. Tobias was bad albinism representation. The most ableist thing I'm going to say is that people are saying Clav is a representation of an autistic person who is constantly trying to hypermask. Not going to infantilize him, but it is sad. Again, we don't want to associate neurodivergence with malicious intent, but it is a worthwhile observation to begin to look at what exactly happens to folks of which are not granted support when they are not fitting this particular neurotypical mold that capitalism is able to commodify. So what happens when they slip through the cracks, and how exactly does that manifest in things like a clavicular? Also note that you have to look at the intersections of race and gender as well, because who's the guy that there was a black guy that was strangled to death on the subway when he was having a neurodivergent breakdown in New York. What's the guy's name? Jordan Neely. Thank you, Nita. Yeah, Jordan Neely was killed for that, for having a breakdown and being black. There are white folks who also had neurodivergence, and that has been a reason they have gotten their case looked at with a level of empathy that you don't ascribe to folks of color. This
is true. I mean, people were talking about they have, what was it? That clavicular was pinging people's maternal instincts or something. I remember the tweet.
Important to note that this is what happens in an ableist society when you don't have resources.
It was Liv. I like Liv otherwise. Terrible tweet, though. Horrible tweet.
Support given to folks who don't fit your neurotypical mold. They do slip through the cracks. Boy, that doesn't...
I don't think it necessarily matters if it was a joke or not a joke. You know what I mean? No jokes allowed. Chatter. He's hanging out with Nazis. Will you accept this joke about anybody else? Kanye West? Oh, Kanye West. I have such a maternal response to Kanye West. No, you wouldn't. Also has sexual assault allegations, and he's a racist. And he's an insane misogynist. And he is an incel who is, grooming an entire generation of young men to also be incel. Like, I don't think we should be doing this for him. This was in March. This wasn't at the beginning of his career. If it was at the beginning of his career, it would be one thing, right? If it was early in his career, people didn't really know, it would be one thing. This was after everything he's already done has already come out. She's saying he's a pathetic child, and she has talked at length about how problematic he misunderstood what she's saying. No, Chatter. You don't. Okay, I'm not. You know what? I'm gonna solve myself. I solve myself right now. One too many times with that one Chatter. One too many times with that one Chatter. I'm going to save myself. Save myself. Whether it's freaking Graham Plattner discourse. Always on the most contradictory positions.
Feel the embrace of his village will burn it down to feel its warmth. I think that was okay, Toby. Okay. I appreciate that. Gotta give you time off though, I ain't gonna lie. Clavicular is doing crimes for spectacle, which is something you will see to be a trend in the alt-right renaissance. And if you're wondering why he looks devoid of any emotion right here, that's probably because he's high out of his mind right now. And that too has been amplified to his logical conclusion.
There are certain things you don't joke about. There are. There are certain things you don't talk about. There's certain things that you don't infantilize, right? Especially not here. That's harmful people. People who do and commit harm. There's no joking about people who are currently doing and committing harm, especially not young white men who get infinite charitability from this current system in society. That charitability that's not extended to marginalized people, right? Black men, black women, right? Trans people, non-binary people, right? Immigrants, right? Homeless people. Nobody else is given that level of charitability. Nobody else is talked about in that way, right? But you can be a millionaire influencer who is influencing an entire generation of young men to be misogynistic incels, losers, hanging out with a bunch of Nazis. And people can joke, even if it's a joke, if it's a joke at all, about having a maternal response to him. Infantilize him. No.
Conclusion. The online influencer known as Clavicular is in the hospital after what sources say was a suspected overdose. A live stream by the controversial look-smacking personality came to an abrupt end last night just after his friends asked if he wanted water. Clavicular has admitted in a number of interviews that he uses crystal meth to suppress his appetite. Sources tell CBS News the 20-year-old, whose real name is Braden Peters.
Yeah, that's it. It wasn't a good tweet.
Is in a Miami hospital.
Meth maxing as a means to keep your weight under control is interesting. I mean, mind you now, a lot of this is why I talk about gym culture before, because a lot of the pre-workouts, I had a teammate that used to use this brand of pre-workout that was literally one strand away from meth. You would be surprised how many people around you are abusing substances. Yeah, be careful with them peptides too, which mind you, Ozempic and them is a brand of pep. Hold on, chat is full of bodies. Look, let me tell you, I am so used to seeing some of the finest people that you will ever see inside this chat. I can't click fast enough. My finger's too fast. I listen to a lot of videos on company time, and I've been meaning to listen to a vid exploring the incel to trans pipeline, because with the way the manosphere and red pill ideology stunts the youth, their chance to
you have to remember, he's a white child. He's also not poor. He's a wealthy white child. He can access to anything. Literally, I guarantee he can get access to literally anything if he wants to. If it's cheap, it's not about necessarily it being cheap or not being cheap. It's about having access, right? It's about knowing people. It's about connections, right? That's the hardest part about getting any drug, right? Drugs are not insanely expensive, holistically speaking, right? It's about accessing the drugs and, being able to pay for it habitually when it gets expensive, And so, I understand that. It's saying it's inferiority that an adult would sell it. Oh, I get that. Yeah, I get that. Right, boys, I know people at school who sell drugs, as who I went to. Yeah, and he's, they love that clientele, They love that clientele. They're like, bro, some of these people are cops. Cops sometimes will sell to kids. Just because, you know what I mean? We live in a corrupt world, a corrupt country, a corrupt society. And he's in Miami, so it's a corrupt, city. You can probably find it from literally anywhere.
Discover themselves a legit side. I think a lot of white trans folk, them unfortunately may not have the same deconstruction of the socialization that the world endowed them with. You might still have to unlearn a lot of shit. I remember in philosophy too, she was talking about how pre-transition, when she went to school, there were headmasters telling her, all right, you boys, y'all are gonna be the future leaders of tomorrow. Deconstruct that for a second. If you're told at an early age that you are going to be the future leaders of tomorrow, it takes time. You have to realize for the majority of history, you've had a particular demographic of people that have been told they are superior based on their race. Even after that's disproven at every other critical juncture, it does not matter. White people have a head start on audacity. So a lot of the people that you see and that you look up to and revere as visionaries, thinkers, a lot of those people are very much failures. So that's the first thing. A lot of those people like your Elon Musk and them, they came from money, so they had more opportunity to fail. But not only that, they grew up in a system that always told them that they were smart enough, that they were fast enough, that they were strong enough, that they were handsome enough, and that they deserved this, that you are getting what you are owed, manifest destiny. The fact that you have been getting that for not just your family, but generations before that, hundreds of years before that, you understand how...
And this is why I side-eye institutions like Harvard and Yale, and honestly, this includes, like, you know, the British institutions, the Oxford, Cambridge, you know what I mean? Like, so all these like historical institutions, right? I don't know what you mean by that. All these historical institutions as well. You know what I mean? Like, because it's that concept. And that's the problem. Right, because those were baked. Those had baked in, like Harvard, Yale. Those had baked in discrimination. Harvard was around. Like I want to get the number right. Right. When was Harvard established? 1638. I found it. When was Harvard founded? 1638. One of the first American colonies was founded. You know, it's interesting. This is before America was founded. That was 1776, right? Do you know when the first slaves arrived in this country? 1619. So, Harvard as an institution started out, and we can learn more about Harvard's origins in the 1600s for sure. I wonder if they're gonna really talk about it, about when Harvard finally integrated. I actually don't know the year. When did Harvard integrate? Stop showing me AI, bro. Just give me what I'm looking for. It just sent me to the same link, bro. If I just type in black. Well, you're not gonna tell me when they first started to allow black people to join? Harvard admitted its first students in 1636. It did not admit a black undergraduate until it admitted Beverly Garnett Williams in 1847. However, Williams, never matriculated there. He died before the school year. He didn't even go. And it didn't accept another black student until Richard Theodore Greener was admitted. Then he was able to graduate in 1870. right? That was the first single one, right? And then a woman didn't attend until schools were integrated, right? In in 1977. So, yeah. Yeah, 1977. They had a separate school, chat, separate but equal. Right? It was Harvard and it was Radcliffe. It was a separate school, and then they integrated as well. And then the first Black woman graduated from Radcliffe in 1898. Harvard College admitted fewer than 12 Black undergraduates each year. Only recent years have the percentage of Black undergraduates enrolled approached the percentage of Black Americans. According to a demographic data, Black people have finally reached equality at Harvard. The admitted class of 2021 is 14.6% Black, whereas the U.S. population is 13.3% Black. For that, the university should pat itself on the back, but the numbers are not all there is to inclusion. To be included as part of the institution, since Harvard would mean having full access to everything that they have to offer. That includes knowing how to access the resources, whether it's knowing how to network, how to impress a professor, or a TF, so they'll write you a glowing recommendation upon a request. And then this goes on for longer as well. The answer is like, this is not inclusion, right? It's still not inclusion because Black people don't have the same orgs. They don't have the same secret societies. They're not Black professors, so they don't have the same connection with the professors as the white professors do. They don't have the same legacy status and established history of the organization with their parents and their parents' parents, right? And if you want to get like, deeper into it, how many of these students, right, are descendants of slaves, right, at all in general, versus international admissions that are also Black? You know what I mean? Like, how many of these are like Black American students? Either like, first generation Black Americans versus like, international students who are Black, but, not from America. Because that's also a part of the entire conversation. Because there's only 4 generations old, we're not far removed from slavery. No, you have people who are like people. You have people whose parents were like sharecroppers. You have sharecroppers who are still alive. Anyway, what was this? This one.
Long slavery was hundreds of years of generations of people, epochs, essentially thinking that this was the norm. So you know what it is to be born in a cage? You think that, no, this isn't a cage. I belong here as a nigga. I belong here. This isn't a cage. This is home. If this is all you know, then you think that this is all there is. As marginalized people, you are taught what to accept. White people don't have that shit. You could look at some class intersections, but even the most indigent white person, as we will see now, even the most indigent white person will ultimately think that they still better than the smartest nigga that you know. Clavicular is Mr. Beast meets the manosphere, which isn't too far-fetched of a comparison because
W to your grandmother.
Because Mr. Beast literally shouted him out himself. Mr. Beast says that Clav will be the next biggest streamer, and he's invested in him.
I mean, if I were to like, who I think will keep getting attention, I think that Clav guy, the Look Smack Show, I think he'll keep getting attention because he really leans into doing ridiculous things that, gets
Clavicular.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Investment number 1.
It's important to note what's happening here. Mr. Beast is the biggest YouTuber ever, with an impressionable audience of mostly children.
Yeah, this is not like Mr. Beast is guessing who's going to be next. This is Mr. Beast setting up who's going to be next. You know what I mean? I lost something.
And he is casually mentioning Clavicular as becoming one of the biggest streamers. and that if he had to invest in any particular streamer, he would very well be someone to consider.
He's pumping and
saying
dumping
that with no criticism, no caveats. And you notice he's being careful, you know. He's saying who would get the most attention. He's not giving a value judgment on what he is doing in order to get that attention. He's just saying he gets attention. So it's not that he doesn't know how to be careful. He's obviously being careful with what he's saying. He is making a conscious decision not to alienate people that actually do like Clavicular. Because he's not saying that, okay, yeah, Clavicular gets a lot of attention, but I don't think that that's good attention because he be saying nigga. What Mr. Beast is doing right here is very dangerous. He's doing it with no...
Jason to me was a good person. I remember how everybody was yelling at me that everybody was a good person. Call them the bad person before. Did y'all see Ron and Jason harassing this employee at a guitar center, being like, "Do you know who I am?" It was the first clip I saw from the former Phase Boys, and I hated it so much. Let me see. I'll show it to you. Where is it at? You know what I'm talking about, right? I'm not tripping. I haven't seen it. Thank you. Twitter search sucks.
Who's your favorite YouTuber?
You remember when people used to record, do IRL streams and content in real life, and they would only record themselves? And whenever their camera would be on somebody else, they would like turn it away from them, so they're only recording themselves. And now they're just making somebody else a part of their content. Oh, this is a GameStop? I saw the guitars in the back. That was a Guitar Center.
Who's your favorite YouTuber?
I don't really watch YouTube.
Twitch?
Nope.
Stable Ronaldo? Does that ring a bell? Never seen the guy who got slapped by Bradley Martin?
There's a lot of guys that got slapped by Bradley Martin.
You never seen the guy who's like, ooh, got your hat. You know who Rice Gum is?
Know who Rice Gum is.
Look behind you.
What up, dude?
Hey, Doc.
How's it going,
Isn't it crazy? That's crazy how life works, huh?
It's all right. I mean, am I supposed to be honored or something?
Who's your favorite YouTuber?
I don't really watch YouTube.
Twitch?
The most disinterested person in the world. Because he's at work at his job. Right? And then streamers get mad when people kick him out of places. You know what I mean? Like, let him do his job. It's so dumb. So dumb. Like I don't know, bro. I don't know why. Like this is like a level of this is part of like the entitlement that streamers have, right? Streamers think that everybody else is like streamers think that everybody else are NPCs in their story, right? They think that they're the main character, that this guy is an NPC in his story. That I'm playing GTA roleplay, and this is the Burger Mark guy. Hi, Burger Mark guy. Can I get a burger, please? That's it. That's what they think it is. Like, no, this is a person who has his own life, who is working a job so that he can live his life. He's not something that exists for your content. You didn't ask if he wanted to be a part of your content. Leave him alone. It's so silly.
Criticism. And that's the same way that people will do interviews with Nick Fuentes. Got Nick Fuentes here with Piers Morgan.
J.D. Vance's wife, what does that mean?
It's a slur for Indians.
Why would you use that?
Native American as well as just Indian hate is very acceptable online. Like, mind you, they ain't even bleep this shit out. This man just said an anti-Indian slur in a country where you have a very large Indian population. They in the UK. That's like me turning on the TV and hearing nigga and just it's fine. Like, ain't even no bleep, no nothing. But Fuentes has news interviews with Piers Morgan and Tucker Carlson.
Both of which, like, that's kind of very UK of them. You know what I mean? That's like super British of them to do.
I could barely even call news, but whether I do or not, I know your uncles, they's be watching it. People who vote and make decisions that affect your life, they do watch these people. And they are turning TVs on in public places and putting this on in the background where children, patrons of coffee shops, and everyday bystanders will be exposed to one of the most repugnant pieces of rhetoric that a few years ago would be contained to 4chan, but now it's in front of your nan. That's why, while I agree we ought not give bigots and rage baiters attention, we ignore them to our own peril. It's important to have these refutations and explanations of their rhetoric that are readily available as options for people to watch rather than this. That means that there are people that won't ever engage with the theory that I'm putting into these videos, but they will watch a feminist gets wrecked compilation and then reshare that and send that to all of their brethren. The truth is, folks like Clavicular and Fuentes are but the tip of the iceberg. That is deviance amplification meets racism. And now, if they had a baby, it would be the newest member of the alt-right renaissance, Chud the Builder. This is from his personal account.
I forgot this was the Chud the Builder video. I thought it was the Clavicular video for a second.
And find out.
On some shrooms or something? What do you want?
I told you I'm on your mama's sweet pussy, bitch.
You're a bitch, bro. Literally, all you do is talk about your dick.
I'm sorry.
Come back over here.
Okay. Let's
come back over here.
Let's not fight. I am.
Touch me again. Touch me again.
I don't want to get pepper sprayed. I really don't.
Go pick up my hat. You heard me. Touch me again. Touch me again. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Hey, don't hit me with that shit.
I ain't gonna pray you. That motherfucker wants to put his hands on me again. Go home with you. Let's go get his ass. Hey, hey, thanks for picking up my hat.
I ain't gonna lie, this is hurting my...
It's so funny because like, I think it's funny seeing how everybody reacts to him. And now he's in jail. So now I felt bad about watching any of his content. And I didn't really want to cover him because it felt bad to me. Right? Because it felt like somebody getting away with it. But now he's in jail. So now I can watch this knowing that he's sitting in jail facing like 4 felony charges. I'm like, he got it, right? It's like, okay, it's like watching a movie and being like, I don't know if I can watch this movie. I don't know how it ends, right? I don't know, does my favorite character die? And you're like, no, your favorite character doesn't die. And you're like, okay, I can I can watch this movie in peace now, knowing my favorite character doesn't die.
Soul.
Or it's like watching Game of Thrones. I will spoil Game of Thrones and being like, I hate Joffrey. Please tell me Joffrey eats it in the most satisfying way possible. And people are like, I'm like, good. Now I can watch this, knowing for a fact that Joffrey eats it. You know what I mean? I haven't even gotten that far in this freaking show yet. I'm like on season 2, right? And I wouldn't be watching the show. I hate spoilers. You know that I hate spoilers. You know I hate spoilers. But I would not be watching the show if I didn't know that Joffrey ate it. Right? Because if I got to the end of this show, if I got to the end of 8 seasons, and Joffrey was still alive, it's kind of like how people feel about a certain character of The Boys that I will not say because I will not spoil it. And chat, don't say it because I don't want you to spoil it for people either. But there's a certain character of the Boys who just doesn't seem to ever die, ever in its entire life. And it's just like, it's like that. You know what I mean? It's like that. I won't spoil it. I won't spoil it. Also, no anti-spoilers. No anti-spoilers. So don't say the names that it's not either, because then that's also technically a spoiler. It's kind of like that though.
Right now, the black guy here is participating in his own debasement. There's no amount of money. There's no amount of money. There's no amount of clout. There is nothing you can give me. The only way I see myself doing this is to save my family, bro.
And me.
Is to save my family. And as soon as they are outside of hand's reach, there's nothing that you can do from stopping me from devouring your entrails, my lord. He is most certainly in on it. If you listen to what he's saying, I have to play it again, I guess, to show.
You want some shrooms or something? What do you want?
I told you I'm on your mama's sweet pussy, bitch.
You're a bitch, bro. Literally, all you do is talk about your dick.
I'm sorry.
He says, oh, I'm sorry, I'm an N-word. Like, hate speech does not equal free speech.
Oh, God.
You could get yourself caught. The juxtaposition of this black man being casted as...
Okay, I didn't know that. He said that? I couldn't tell with the bleep. All right, maybe, okay, and I won't say he deserves to get made, but like, this is like, if I don't think it's actor. No, I don't think he's an actor. I think he's a guy who knows what Chud the Builder does and wanted to like farm clout off of it. You know what I mean? I think he's a guy. He's a clout chaser, exactly. He's a clout chaser who wanted to farm some clout off of Chud the Builder being there, and he got himself sprayed. Right? Because like they're both like, this guy's a racist and like a white supremacist, and this guy's like, I'm gonna go antagonize this racist and white supremacist because I want to get some clout off of it, and then it turned into like this whole thing, right? And then this third guy is like, sorry, massa. I don't know what this guy's doing. He needs to go back to the field, massa. And he hands him back his hat. You know what I mean? Like all the people involved with this are dumb to varying degrees.
And the white people that don't know what's going on repudiating the racism of this man. Do you see this runaway that he doing right now? What runaway is this?
I'm sorry.
Come back over here.
Okay. Let's
come back over here.
Let's not fight. I am.
Touch me again.
That's the type of runaway you do when your gal gets your phone. Chud's whole stick is this, and it garnered him hundreds of thousands of followers. He is racist rage bait, but they also love it. The racists them love it. 228,000 followers. I don't know how many of those are bots. But it does not matter. The flag in the bio, Christ is king. Now, keeping up with the theme of deviance amplification, there's this eerie overlap it has under capitalism during a brewing recession. You don't take into account how economic hardships create economic desperations. And in that desperation, people are willing to do things that they might not normally do with resources. That's not to say that Chud probably wasn't racist before this, but not every racist is willing to put themselves in harm's way for the sake of racism. Another example of Chud the Builder threatening to murder people. This time, 3 black men were simply walking to the car.
You following me to my truck now? We got 18 rounds for you. We ain't got nothing else. Don't follow me to my truck. I bet you won't follow me to my truck. Come on. Look at him. Ooga booga. Ooh ah ah. Ooh ah ah. Look at these chimping out. 931 Seville. They ain't. Look at these chimping out. Hey, thanks for the new truck you bought me.
Where Clavicular had more in his arsenal of deviance amplification insofar as he wasn't only racist, he was also a eugenicist, a misogynist, a drug daredevil. You know, he wasn't a one-trick pony.
It is boring. I was gonna say that. It's just boring. Like, I had more fun watching the clavicular section. At least he was earnest about it. It's funny looking at him like cry on 60 Minutes and like walk out.
No.
You know you have
Not at all.
questions,
Not
so
at
you
all.
wanna-
Not at all. I'm not
You want to end
at all
it
doing that.
and talk about.
Like, this
I'm
is
just
so
curious.
much funnier. Like, that's hilarious. This is just like, you know.
Chud is simply spamming racism like the B button in Super Mario Bros. Oh God. He is being paid to be racist. But the racist money glitch gets patched when you say the quiet part out loud with the wrong people around.
Well, I can say whatever. Exactly. And
What is it?
we can say if we want.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. I don't agree with that.
Oh, these boomers.
I got blacks in my family.
It's okay.
So
Blacks.
fuck you, man.
No, or what? You lover. You heard me.
It's really interesting to watch how white people react when the quiet part is said out loud. Like, there's this camaraderie that white people have insofar as like they bond over the whiteness, and then like as soon as like you break the proverbial fourth wall of racism, you're a pariah, you're persona non grata, you're a liability right now to whiteness. It's sad that this is wholesome white representation.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It's a really good way to put it, right? You are a liability to whiteness. You are a liability to the structure of whiteness, right? This guy is not, I would say, as adhering to the structure of whiteness as Chud is, but he's like, yeah, we should be able to say whatever we want. Yeah, people are holding us back. Yeah, we should be able to say beep. Like, wait, hold on, stop. Like, yeah, beep, 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 beep. Stop. Right? You become a liability. Right? You become a liability because when you start saying that, you start cluing people in. Your dog whistle turns into a regular whistle, turns into a bullhorn. And when you start screaming in the bullhorn, people start paying attention. You know what I mean? Right? Chud is turning the dog whistle into a bullhorn, and people don't like that. Even other white supremacists don't like that.
Why am I feeling warm inside? This is the bare minimum. I require when I meet a white person and they say, oh, I've never been racist a day in my life. I ain't got a racist bone in my body. Because I know they lying. And either they lying or they ain't been introspective enough to realize they've been racist before. And they probably still do hold racist beliefs. Because again, just like me as a black cis man, like I hold a lot of different bouts of misogyny, homophobia, all of these different forms.
Yes. Nick's just got away with it because he's completely online. Chud didn't get away with it because he's in person. Walking around with a gun. And he shot somebody. And himself. Nick Fuentes. Probably there's some truth to the sub-delusion of Clav. He's not a pure outrage merchant. He's actually into Insodom. Chud is a racist, but isn't really in depth to it. He's just hitting a racist button over and over again to garner a reaction. Yeah. There's also like nothing on the line, except now he's in jail. But like, Clav was actually he likes to claim that he isn't an incel and isn't attached to the incel like brand, but he's like, he is. Clavicular is an incel, right? Or at least attached to inceldom, right? He's like smashing his face, right, to become more attractive because he thinks in like incel terms, in Chad's and Stacy's, right? He thinks like when he sees people sitting down, he sees like the green line of one person sitting angled towards the next person, right? You know what I mean? He sees face symmetry in people's real life faces. You know, he has that going through his brain. You know, so Chud just isn't that. He's just like, oh, you know, I'm gonna be racist and it's gonna make people mad.
A bigotry that there's no destination of salvation for me. It is a constant journey of which I am checking myself every day.
I mean, like physically, I think he could. I don't think he should. I think if Chud actually had something more substantial, then like maybe it would be like a funny thing. But he's completely racist. There's nothing there, right? You know what I mean? If there was something there, I could see like what you're saying. Because like he looks like, you know. The joke is that he looks a little bit like Chud the Builder. He does. He looks similar. They don't look dissimilar. Right? But like there's like no reason for him to do that. Because Chud's entire thing is just being racist. Right? So there wouldn't be any underlying commentary there. Except just being like, haha, I put on a Hitler mustache, you know? Like that you wouldn't be doing commentary. You'd just be dressing up as Hitler, you know? Yeah, there's a situation where like, you know, people need to like look like Hitler to make movies about like why Hitler is bad, right? And whether or not that is acceptable is a conversation that's deeper about art and media. Right. So I'm not saying that can never happen. It is contextual in certain situations. But like, you know, that's kind of the point. If you do something like with it, like Chud but gay, even then I don't think it would works. Right? Because because Chud doesn't have anything. There's nothing there, right? There is no Chud. Chud doesn't exist. Chud is just racist. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing there. Chud is not a personality. He's just a racist. You know what I mean? He's just he just goes out and just does racism. If Chud had something, if it was actually a bit, if he was actually a character, right? There may be something there. But literally, it's just I go out, I say the N-word. Right? That's really all it is.
In order to not only not regress, but to progress away and listen to the folks around me. It's very important that folks know, and like white folks in the chat, listen, don't feel scared to admit that you have been racist to black people. In fact, we will respect you even more if you do. We will respect you if you say, I ain't gonna lie, like, yeah, like I grew up as a Mormon. What the fuck? Of course we know that you've been racist, Tim. Oh, God. Pro tip for the white folks, Tim. When you are greeted with the dialogue game prompt of have you been racist before, always click A. Always click yes. Because if you say no, we do not believe you. And we will always side-eye you. But if you admit that shit up front and say, yeah, nah, I got shit I still need to work out. People see racism as straight up attack or dislike. They don't understand the system's reinforcing dehumanizing practices exactly. Like, you should not need to see nigger blood in the streets spilling in order for you to realize that you might have a police brutality problem. Fun fact, even if you've never said the N-word or lit a cross on fire in someone's yard, you can still be actively racist or silently condone racism, all systems. I've said this before. If you think of white supremacy as a conveyor belt and every white person is on that conveyor belt, some are just standing idly on the conveyor belt and slowly progressing towards white supremacy, even without doing anything. You have some people sprinting on the thing. Like, you ever see anybody missing their flight at the airport? They stay on the conveyor belt. That
not me. Never happened.
already moves forward, and then they sprint in on top of that. At the same time, you have people that are just standing by idly, and they looking at the people sprinting like, God damn, what the hell wrong with you? That's the same people. If you're not actively trying to get off of that conveyor belt altogether, it's very difficult to fight against white supremacy. And think about how difficult it is to walk backwards off of a conveyor belt. It's an uphill battle. You have to move past people. You have to literally go against the inertia of white supremacy, of the conveyor belt. And then you have to finally get to a point. And to be honest...
All right, I got completely distracted by some dude getting curb stomped in a bar fight. He squared up. Yeah, I'll show it to you.
Let you taste.
I saw it. I was like, what?
I'll let you taste the power of my fists.
Final round. Fight.
She did.
You win. You lose.
Yeah, you're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. He didn't block low or mid. He got caught off guard. Didn't sidestep. No. Didn't backstep. No. Didn't hop. Nothing. 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 The round started. He just stood there.
I'll let you taste the power of my fists.
I will say this video makes me appreciate Tekken's fighting system way more because it looks just like Tekken. This is exactly how Tekken's set up. Unlike every other like 2D fighting system, like Tekken, this is just Tekken.
Final round. Fight.
She did.
He got cooked.
You win.
He got cooked. I'm sorry. I think people don't realize how quickly street fights end. You know, especially when people who like know what they're doing. Like, you're not gonna have time to do much. Honestly. Honestly. We have to finish. We have to finish. We have to finish. Maybe we'll go back to that at the end of the stream. But like,
it's Sisyphusian because you will never, when you keep in mind how long white supremacy has endured, you will never get off the conveyor belt. You will never get off it. It could look just like what's that movie? What's that movie where the people walking on the treadmill?
Don't have the stamina for fight longer than a minute. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I would say most adults cannot run like full sprint for more than 1 minute. They cannot fight for more. You know what I mean? And so if you are a adult who can full sprint for more than a minute, you will be fine in the zombie apocalypse. Most adults haven't ran since high school.
What that movie is, y'all? I should have just searched it up. 10,000 Mile Walk or something like that. I'm surprised y'all taking this long to figure out what that called. Oh, the long walk.
Not in a zombie apocalypse, Shatter. Especially against like World War Z zombies. Which makes me sad about that movie. Because going back to watch it again, I didn't realize how insanely racist it was. When I watched it when I was young, I was like, wow, zombie movie, that's crazy. Go back, you're like, excuse me. It is aggressively, it's insanely pro-Israel. Like, I won't say it's just Israeli propaganda, but that's like a good solid fourth of the movie. 25% of it is Israeli propaganda. It's not all of the movie, but a good solid like chunk of it is like a very, very big part of it is. like a not insignificant amount of it.
Oh, thank you. And if you do this right, you die.
I thought it meant Z as an end, like or by like Z as in zombie. World War Zombie. See, this is the 3 levels of World War Z, right? Beginner, World War Z as in World War Zombie. Flame, intermediate, World War Z as in World War Z. Z is the end of the alphabet. End. Advanced, World War Z, World War Science. We're just doing propaganda. I also don't remember if the novel was like that. I haven't read the novel, but from what I understand, it wasn't. I don't think. At a long distance running, you can run fast without sprinting. But much better use of your energy. Marathon runners are very different form running than sprinters, yet you can run just as fast. Marathon runners cannot run just as fast as sprinters. They can run longer. They cannot run just as fast. They can run faster than the average person. Not just as fast as like, if you put the best marathon runner versus the best sprinter, the sprinter is going to run fast because it is a difference, right? And so if you're against like slow walking zombies, you want to be a marathon runner, right? You want to be able to have the endurance to be able to, you know what I mean? Actually, it wouldn't be this. It would be like this. You know what I mean? But if you get to the fast zombies, you want to be able to, you know, going to be like that, you know?
Die backwards. Yeah, also, like, I should have noted this, but this is a good point. It is important to know, and I know like a lot of older white folks say this, a lot of older people in general say this, but blacks is an adjective. Don't plural blacks. Don't plural Caribbeans. They are adjectives, you know, Caribbean people, black people. It's one of the easiest ways.
And like, most people don't usually plural adjectives. Like, most people don't say like talls, right? Or look at all those skinnies over there. Like, even when talking derogatorily, you know what I mean, about people, right? They don't usually like plural adjectives, except as it pertains to like, you know, black and then sometimes white as well. I feel like people often do say Asians. Well, because Asian is not an adjective. That's where it's different. Sure it is. Is it? Am I bad about my, yeah, I guess you're right. I guess it could be. That's fair. That's true. That's true. You know, I'll take my L on that. That is an adjective. That is an adjective. That isn't, okay, don't say L, Sean. Say learning, Sean. Is it the same for Europeans and Africans? Yes. Right. And so it can be used as an adjective. Right. That's what I was saying. I'm not saying that it's always inherently wrong to use. I'm just saying what I said about it's not an adjective is incorrect and it is wrong. Not that it cannot be used. Or is like inherently dehumanizing in the way that like blacks is. Right? Because it's also not like a national descriptor or a descriptor of a continent, right? We say like Europeans, describing people from the continent of Europe, Africans, people from the continent of Africa, Americans, people from the continent of America, right? For the most part, it's fine, but like there's some overlap when it comes to like racial lines also overlapping with like national identity, right? So that's why it's slightly different. But Asian is an adjective. You are correct on that front. on this topic with how people monopolize Africa, it's probably better to try to be specific. Oh, for sure, 100%. I do fully agree. I do get annoyed by people using Asian to mean East Asian. They should just say East Asian. Yeah, no, for sure.
Is the weekend
I hear, but I do hope he gets life. He's not gonna get life because he's not facing life. I think he's facing only 56 years. He definitely won't get the maximum sentence on all 4 charges. My lock is this. I think he's going to get off on 2 to 3 of the charges. I think he will only face either 1 to 2 charges. I think he'll get maximum 5 years total.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to his bathroom.
That's true. I think I'm used to hearing it in a dehumanizing fashion since I live where I live is incredibly segregated. And so the Latino and Black people who predominantly live there treat Asian people are foreign anxiety. No, I'm not saying it can't be like that. I think your feelings are valid on that, right? For sure. We get 3 to 10 years. I believe that as well. Mostly because it's very close in my time frame.
Yeah, you ain't been around niggas before.
Oh god.
Oh my gosh, thank you. I'm so tired of telling Black Americans to stop calling.
Also, pause. Have you guys seen the movie White House Down? For those of you who've seen the movie White House Down, this is a very specific question. For those of you, not for the people who say I think so, for those of you who have definitely seen the movie and definitely remember, this is a very specific question that you would know if you've seen the movie. Right? At the end of the movie, with Emily Cale, the daughter of the main character, comes out, spoiler alert, I'm going to spoil it because whatever. When the White House is about to be airstriked and Emily Cale runs out, grabs a flag, waves a flag to stop the Air Force from airstriking a White House full of hostages. What flag was she waving? It was not the Israeli flag. If you don't know, do not answer. It's a very serious question. It's a very serious question. The more specific that I thought it would be. If you see the movie, you would know. Honestly, I don't remember the flag. You're lame. Let me explain why. So I watched the movie yesterday. Right? And I got to the end. And she picked up a flag. And she waved a flag. And it wasn't the American flag. So you remember? No, you don't understand. And I was like, what flag is she waving? And then they came in and they were like, she's waving the presidential flag. And I was like, she didn't wave that flag before. I'm being gaslit. And then me and my family, we've seen this movie like 10 times. I asked my mom, because mom was asleep. I woke my mom up and I asked her, at the end of the movie, the young girl picked up a flag to wave off an airstrike on the White House. What flag was she waving? My mom said the blue one. And I was like, that's not true. That's not true. I'm being gaslit. This is a lie. So I went and I looked it up. I looked it up. And when I looked it up, I looked up this is very important to me. I looked up the scene. White House Down. Ending.
Vicinity of the west wing of the White House, a huge ball of flames has burst into the sky. It's going to be more than 100.
Wrapped Alpha 1, you are clear. Delta 2-6, copy that. 2 minutes to target.
Clear the entire area.
Get back in there. Get in there.
This is a mandatory evacuation. Everybody on the south side of the White House.
We're gonna skip ahead a little bit.
Confirmation. Timed out.
Delta 2-6, 1 minute to target. Go weapons hot.
Thank God. You okay? I love you so much.
Just know a airstrike is about to hit the White House, and there are hostages in the White House at this moment.
He shot him. He shot him in there.
Okay, look, I need you to listen to me. There's an airstrike coming and I need you to run. No, listen to me. I need you to run as far and as fast as you can possibly go, okay? Can you do that for me? I gotta get the president. Go, you gotta go for me. You gotta go right now, go.
Hundreds of other people seem to be running toward the White House. They've been told to evacuate it too, but they're climbing the fence. Okay, we have confirmation. President Rafelson has ordered an airstrike on the White House, and I can hear the planes coming. I have to go, I'm sorry.
Delta 2-6, requesting permission to deliver payload.
Raptor Alpha 1, you are clear.
All right, guys, let's clean it up. Delta 2-6, we're locked on target. Please confirm Free Castle is a go.
Raptor Alpha 1 clear. Mission is a go.
Delta 2-6, we have friendlies all over the kill zone.
I cannot see the planes, but what I can see is an unbelievable sight. Emily Kale is out on the lawn, and she's waving the presidential flag.
No, baby, I told you to run. You gotta run.
Captain, do you see?
So I saw that, right? And I was like, that's a lie. That's not true. That is not true. It's not. When I saw this movie the first time in 2013 in theaters, she was not waving the presidential flag. And I did a deep dive. And what I found is literally insane. 12 years ago, I found an article that was written by the people who made the movie. They edited it to change the flag that she was waving. It was the American flag. And I knew that because here, look at it. This link doesn't work for some reason. But like, look, there are like pictures of the flag as it actually was. But I, for the life of me, can't find the scene because earlier in the movie, chat, if you watch this movie, right after this is over, when you watch, after the stream is over, go back and watch it. When you watch this movie, there's a copter that flies over the White House, knocks down an American flag from the top of the White House. Because there is an American flag at the top of the White House. Knocks it over. It falls down. That's the flag she picks up. She picks that flag up. I remember that happening. And they changed this. And then didn't tell anybody. And I'm trying to find where it was written about. Because all of the links to the articles I'm trying to find are dead. They're links to dead articles. Here, and look at this thing from 10 years ago, right? White House Down may be a dumb movie, but it's a fun action movie nonetheless. I ain't never rewatching it. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I honestly think it's a solid action movie. It's perfect to watch with friends and laugh at it. It's still entertaining nonetheless. I'll start with the cons, yada, 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 yada. I'm trying to find it. Lamal, the flag waving scene is so ridiculously American. I think it's the first time I've ever groaned in a theater. A little girl standing on the White House lawn, gloriously waving a gigantic American flag back and forth while F-16s fly in a formation overhead. I'm being gaslit, bro. I am being gaslit by this. I'm being gaslit, bro. I know there are Google images, but like people will be like, oh, that's Photoshop or whatever. I'm trying to find the article. And I definitely can't find. I can't find the original scene. But I do think we have the original DVD. We either have it here or at our storage unit. After the stream is over, I'm going to drive to our storage unit that we have that has like all of our old stuff. And I'm going to look for the DVD and I'm going to watch the original footage to see if I can find the original footage of this original scene. Because why would they change it? And where's the original one? Oh, here, okay, here, I found it. Here, here's the article. American flag edited out of White House down. Conservatives hate White House down. Breitbart called it an unrelenting liberal propaganda disguised as popcorn entertainment. American conservatives dismissed it as a Hollywood White House Democratic Party production. Obama porn. No, thank you. The blog Republican Party animals crowed. Even Mother Jones during the chorus calling the film one enormous pander to the most naive impulses of your average dime store liberal. In case you're wondering what it was about, it was the villain literally wanted to bomb the entirety of the Middle East. It was okay. I'm not even joking. I'm going to describe to you what what it was about. What it was about was the main villain was like, there are weapons, nuclear weapons in Iran. The president, who was Jamie Foxx, by the way, I remember all this. We just watched it. The president sent in the Marines to check for nuclear weapons in Iran. Those Marines died, and the main villain's son was one of the Marines who died. The main villain then takes over the White House and then wants to use the nuclear football to then start nuclear war and bomb the entirety of the Middle East because of this. That is what the movie is about. Israeli Productions. Not even. The movie frames that as a bad thing, actually. But I actually do agree. It is kind of woke. Right? Like if you could literally put Trump in the position of the villain, it would make complete sense. It would make entire sense. It literally frames it as stupid that we keep going into Iran, complaining about them having nukes when we never seem to find any nukes ever. So it is a little bit woke in that regard. So it's like a Homeland moment with conservatives and fascists all connect with the bad guy and they get mad when they're the bad guy. Exactly. I was looking it up. I found a Reddit thread about this. The only comment was like another woke edit. Yes, I saw that too. Literally, there's a Reddit thread and the comments like, yeah, I saw it. Another woke edit. Here, I'll show it to you. Wait, not this one. This one. It's like White House Down 2013 alternate scene. I was hoping if anyone remembers the scene towards the end of the film, a young girl needs to wave a flag at a pivotal scene. The flag she waves is the presidential flag, blue in color. I could have sworn when I originally saw this movie, she was waving an American flag. So did I. Some Googlies said it was edited from the final release and the presidential flag is what they went with. As far as I can tell, there's no version where the American flag is waved. Can anyone verify? Yes, the original was an American flag. us just watched it. We just watched it, and they replaced it with the blue flag. The American flag was flying and knocked down by the helicopter. This is true. Just another stupid woke edit. In case you're wondering, yes, this is my comment. I did make this comment 1 year ago because that's exactly what I think. That's my opinion, bro. It is a stupid woke edit. Why did they do that? That's so dumb. But they, for some reason, they kept in the scene where the American flag was knocked off the top of the White House. To match the audio? No, they changed the audio to match what they changed here. The original audio says she's waving the American flag. I'm being gaslit, bro. People, this is why I don't trust a single person who says that the Mandela effect is just things people misremembering. I literally do not believe a single person who the original DVD was an American flag. Did you check? I also have the original DVDs. I can check it as well. Right? I do not believe people who say the Mandela effect is a just people misremembering. Because like this is insane. Insane. Or if it's changed, it doesn't become the Mandela effect anymore. No, but the point of the Mandela effect is that like things have changed and they've wiped all the existence of the change happening. They just missed a few comments here and there. You know what I mean? They missed me. They forgot to abduct me and change my mind. They forgot that they abducted everybody else and wiped their memory of what the flag actually was, but not mine. I remember. They can't take my memory of what flag Emily Kale was waving. I'm just saying. Here, I'm gonna scroll past a lot of this stuff. It's dumb. Here. There's only one hope for the hostages left aside in the White House. It was little Emily Kale, spawn of Channing Tatum. Weird way to put that. Emily's special talent, as exhibited earlier, is flag twirling. So naturally, the film's dramatic conclusion finds her in the middle of the White House lawn, waving an enormous flag in a as furiously as her little arms can manage, in a desperate last-ditch attempt to wave off the airstrike. It works only, but that's not the unbelievable part. The unbelievable part is that the flag that she used to do it isn't the Old Glory, which some may consider the natural choice, but a generic blue White House flag instead. As it turns out, one version of the scene was shot with an American flag. Eagle-eyed voice film editor noticed the change while perusing the latest issue of American Cinematography, which featured a full spread of the White House Down directory of photography. And there are still images from the set. One of the photographs captured the filming of Emily Kale's big scene, except the photo, she's fostering a American flag, not a White House one that appears in the finished film. The Voice reached out to the film's publicist, Scott Feinstein, to inquire about the change. He insisted the White House flag wasn't green screened into the final product. It was shot both ways, and the presidential flag worked better creatively in the movie. He said via email. Emily, played by Joey King, was in love with the president, and so she used his flag to save President Sawyer, Jamie Foxx, and her dad, Channing Tatum. I do not believe this. I do not believe this. I think they changed it in post. And I think they released this version. I think they released this version and then wiped the old version. I think they did it for woke as well. And I will find the old original DVD that I have to confirm. Why? For woke. For wokeness. That's it. That's why. It is because woke. How do we even get here? All right, we were talking about Chud the Builder. What does that have to do with Chud? I don't remember. But just know that I was right about that. And it upset me. Anyway, let's continue.
Caribbean, so blacks is unacceptable, but Caribbeans is okay. Yeah, unfortunately, like again, our language is colonized. A lot of the black diaspora isn't even able to engage with one another in a non-colonial way. That's our inculcation. That's in our history books. That's in our school curriculum, all of that. Interactions like this not only show that while all white people do benefit from white supremacy, not all white people identify with white supremacy. But beyond that, this proves something else entirely. Chud the Builder confronts old man.
How's it going, sir? God bless you. How you doing? I'm doing all right. You're the guy, you own the honky tonk? Nope, I'm just one of the folks that work here.
Honestly, this is a fair assessment on behalf of Chud to walk up to a place called the honky tonk and expect the dude outside to be racist.
Oh, God. They won't let me in here. They won't. Why not? Because I said the N-word on the internet. Now they say I'm just a
I love his face right there.
Oh, God.
Look at his face real quick, bro. Look at this.
Because I said the N-word on the internet. Now they say I'm just an un-American person because I believe in freedom of speech. Isn't that?
And he looks at the camera too, and he's just like, oh, my nigga, you ain't getting me. Bro really did think that he was going to bond over racism because, again, racism is a bonding practice amongst white folks. White people be testing each other. White people,
yeah, but they're not gonna do it on camera though. That's the thing. You know what I mean? Not saying this guy, but like some white people would be like, not gonna do it on camera, right? Not on a camera with people they don't know, for the most part. They'll do it on a boat. They'll be like, all right, 1, 2, 3. You know what I mean? They'll do like that, whatever. But like, that's it.
We'll be trying to figure out, is this a safe space? Any of the biracial folk or like the white passing folks, y'all be seeing it the most. It's almost like being like a fly on the wall. They will say or proceed to say the wildest shit. Sometimes they do know that you are black to some extent, specifically that you might have like a percentage of black in you, but still they just like, you know, maybe we gonna deal with something.
Crazy?
Well, considering that 2 of my boys are black, I can understand that.
Why does that matter?
It does. I don't like it. Just go ahead.
You don't like freedom of speech either?
Just go ahead and go.
I'm gonna stand right here. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna go to jail?
I want you to sleep. That old man was ready to slap the mustache off this man. The old man say he got, I think he say 2 black boys. You shouldn't need black friends. I was talking about this recently. Some white people have more of a problem with the optics of racism than the racism itself. They will perform penalty towards white people that are being racist in a way where it's not necessarily rooted in the fact that they find that repugnant. It's that, look, you making us look bad. Chud is bad for the brand of white supremacy. Power is only powerful when it's invisible. So when Chud does...
It is going on with this man? Battery died in his trimmer. He couldn't afford to pay his barber. He's like, I got you the second half next week. That's rough. That's rough.
Something like says the N-word in front of cameras, in front of people so loud and proud. Even your most racist white person understand.
He told his barber, like, yeah, take it down by half. And barber was like, I got you. I got you.
And that does not help the brand of white supremacy. Speaking of the most out and proud racists, that's exactly what happened. Chud has Nick Fuentes himself defending black folks.
And people now say he's a martyr, he's a martyr. Well, the black people were chimping out. Well, I don't know. If I were standing around and a black person was live streaming near me and they started saying things offensive to white people, yeah, maybe I would feel a certain type of way about that. Maybe, isn't that sort of our whole thing? And there's something ironic about that. You have a lot of people who are pro-white, and it's all about racial pride, and it's all about beating their chest. And it's all about saying, oh, you know, I'm white. Don't try that stuff around me. Don't insult white people around me. So much racial pride. But then there's this double standard where it seems that white people want to go out in some cases and offend the sensibilities of other people. They feel emboldened, for example, to use harmful stereotypes about other people, say racial slurs about other people, and that's fine. That's free speech. That's funny. Hey, man, can't you take a joke? Hey, man, it's just a word. And when black people get pissed off or take umbrage or they attack, oh, well, you're chimping out. But then when the roles are reversed, if somebody says something anti-white, if someone says something exclusionary to white people, it's those same white people that puff up their chest and say, how dare you? You would never say that about a minority, this, that, and the other. How much abuse have you...
Reverse racism? That he wants to be institutional. He's doing the Sneako. He's cleaning up his act a little bit.
Be perfectly honest. Let's be fair. A lot of people aren't going to like this monologue. I don't care. This is what's fair. This is what's true. I see on the timeline how many out and loud and proud white people.
Team, you're going to make the case to the coach why you need to be starting. True. Exactly.
People are saying Indians are.
Listen, he's like, Tucker, look, I can play ball, Tucker. See, I don't have to always be like the bad guy. Make me the VP. That's what he's doing. Make me the VP, bro. Like I can sometimes, I don't have to always be saying slurs. I can rein it in sometimes. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. This is Nick Fuentes showing that he can yes, he did to the N-word last week. Right, which is why he's not changed his mind. Right? It's not about him actually changing his mind. This is Nick Fuentes showing that he can play ball if he needs to. Right? This is not him going woke. This is Nick Fuentes being like, if I need to rein it in, I can. Right? If I need to pull it in, I can. Right? He doesn't care about black people. He doesn't care about defending black people. Did he say it here? I haven't seen this entire thing.
And blacks are out and proud. I see on the timeline how many out and loud and proud white people are saying Indians are and blacks are and Mexicans are.
I guess he just can't help himself. Never mind. He was like, Tucker, I can play ball, but like I still gotta say the words. I still gotta say the words.
To say all of that and go on a Pac-Man of slurs. Oh God. I don't understand the cognitive dissonance necessary to somehow say what he's saying and also then proceed to say slurs as well.
See, maybe it's just like, I don't know. I think that's what I think. Maybe it's just that he just hates that Chud the Builder got popular. He's like, yeah, it's a gang war. It's turf war. He's like, yo, get off of my turf. Being racist is my thing. Maybe it's that.
Well, I know it's my fault for trying to understand the racist mind because, again, racism is indeed, at a particular point, a mental disorder. Not even like putting like a moral judgment on mental disorders. I'm more so saying that like in order to buy into the narratives that racism needs you to believe in order to be a racist, you have to, at a particular point, put yourself in a state of neuroses. Same thing with transphobia. The only reason why Nick can even say this or have this stance is because Nick is also Mexican. He knows when it comes down to it, he can also experience racism.
I don't believe that. I don't think Nick cares about his own experiences with racism, really, at all. They're white Mexicans, yeah, and Mexicans can also experience like prejudice and bigotry, right? In that sort of way, like, I don't think that's what it is, you know.
I mean, let's be real. Like, being Latino
does not mean I also don't think he cares about homophobia.
mean, like a lot of the time, like, you know, folks be thinking that like, oh, you know, like I'm Latino, as if that mean anything. Like, big of yourself, brainstem. I also think the privilege of mundanity promised by whiteness means speaking out, especially speaking out of turn, acts sacred because all else is oppressed. No, I think I get what you mean. You know, being white is very boring. You might be cooking with that. Being white is very boring. Because in order to subscribe to whiteness, you need to divulge yourself of culture. So instead of like finding your culture, like instead of investing in your Irishness or your, you know, your Germanness and all the rest of this, you instead invest in something that makes you stand out, which is racism, and in case that's a bad standing out. Frog the Jam, I've always had a problem with my racism towards white people. I know it's technically racism based on its definition, but you know, it's white people, the least marginalized group. It's more so like prejudice. White people don't like it when I say this, but you can't be racist to them. Oh God. You can't be racist to them. White people hate it when I talk about that, but you can't be racist to white people. What you're feeling is prejudice. You're not feeling racism. You're not feeling...
Or is it something people say to piss him off? I don't know his like actual sexuality, but like, I think he is like... I don't think he's come out and said that he is gay, but like, I don't think it's a thing that people are saying to piss. I think there is like a reason people are saying. You know what I mean? It's not like people are like. I don't think it's a thing where it's like people are like, "Oh, you hate you know, trans people, so you must be trans," kind of thing. I think genuinely like people are saying it because there's a reason to say it.
The systemic load of obstacles placed specifically to make your life unlivable. But no, Chud is bad for the brand of white supremacy.
Right? I think it matters in insofar as like when talking about like, you know, the same way talking about like anti-black black conservatives. In that way, you know what I mean? I think it matters in insofar as that much.
And you have Nick calling out Chud because he understands power insofar as white supremacy. He understands that Chud doing this is saying the quiet part out loud, and power is only power when it's quiet. If I have to scream and beat my chest in order for you to take me seriously, then maybe I ought not be taken seriously. It's a weird timeline having Nick defend black people by also calling them slurs, but denouncing Chud at the same time. Meanwhile, what do you think Myron doing? Myron goes off on a rant after Chud the Builder shot a black guy who attacked him. People are tired of, because we're tired of chimpanzees, orangutan, ape, yeah, all of this.
Chud the Builder is saying and doing what a lot of people in America wish they can fucking do. That's tough. I get it. Some of y'all niggas don't like to hear that.
Yo, he's looking rough, right? Am I crazy? Here come the other bench warmers. Look, they want a piece of the pie. A few crumbs. But like, does he not look older? I know he's been looking rough, but he looks like physically older than he did even last year. Like physically, like he's aged.
Some of you guys are mad about that, but there's a fucking reason why he's had a meteoric fucking rise over the past year. People are tired of fucking niggas, bro.
Contrast this with literally Nick Fuentes saying that, nah, Chud need to chill. Like, I don't even understand it. Like, even the whites got the memo. He is in the commonwealth of white supremacy that he has nothing in common with. And who else is like that? Sneako. Sneako reacts to Chud the Builder being charged with attempted murder.
Chud the Builder was just...
Sneako should be worried about being banned from Australia. Got him.
Charged with attempted murder, right? If this goes through, if he ends up going to prison and doing jail time, free speech has now been challenged in a way where it's not going to be able to come back from.
That's all. That's all. This how I felt about every black person that cried over Charlie Kirk. Hate speech is not equal free speech. The way that man is literally crying over this and framing this and buying into it as a free speech issue is because if he has to reconcile with the reality that Chud literally shot a whole black man, then he has to also reconcile with the fact that he too could be God. The truth is, free speech to a lot of these folks is just really hate speech. They just want to say the N-word.
We no longer have free speech in the way that we...
I want to say the N-word. Sorry.
We are supposed to. We don't have the amendment rights that we are promised.
Even DJ Academics called out Sneako for this. Yeah, no, I wonder if I have that. I wonder if I have that clip. I do have that clip, actually. Yes, indeed. He did indeed call out Sneako for this. So this is like the wildest alternative reality that I've ever seen. Academics and Sneako get into a heated argument over...
Okay, you didn't win for a former resident. I got it from Marshall's, where I got all my hoodies from. But it was 3 years ago, so it probably cycled out of the cycle. It was nice. It has a skeleton skateboarding on a wave. One day I'll go to Okinawa.
With Sneako rocking with Chud the Builder.
I know you're usually like your religious stuff. I'm gonna be honest with you. I could give two f about what's going on with the Jewish people and them Palestinians. Both of them could just go away.
So you care more about a word than you do about genocide?
Yeah, I care more about black people more than I care about that type of shit.
You care more about this word
I just said it.
than
I already said what I said.
right now. You just said that. You care more about
I care more about black people more than I care about that type of shit. Facts.
Okay, but that's the difference is a word and...
Brother, I just told you, I care more about black people in this country that I...
Boy, thank you for the raid. Yeah, look who it is. I'm sorry you had to come in during this moment where we had to look at these two, chuckleheads. What's up? I was stream. I was just gonna raise you that I see what you were watching. Of course, I had to tap in. We went on this video for a little while because I got distracted. But yeah, do I see that Sneako got banned from Australia? I'm sorry, I will keep bringing that up because it's so funny. Remember Miles and played Tomodachi? Oh, I saw Miles Trash Man. I saw it on my feed. I haven't seen it yet. But I love anything that hates on Drake a little bit.
About to go get that.
Eddie, thank you for gifted sub.
Imagine
if you got gaming here.
Fridays.
Imagine. I do gaming sometimes.
Gift subs in the channel.
You did MLK? You do Miles? What did you get distracted by? Oh, I got distracted by White House Down. Don't worry about it. They'll bring it up later.
I live in more than what the fuck is going on over there in Israel and Palestine.
About it,
I don't care who wins that shit.
Okay, so happening in Palestine and a word is being used in America. And
I care about black people more.
Yeah, but there's not a genocide on black people happening.
Whoa, listen, we gotta nip it in the bud before it gets there.
Oh God. Use this man. Read, niggas, read, man.
This could get me radiation poisoning.
One of the most asinine things I have ever heard in my life.
Oh God. It's both of them. It's just like you have Sneako being like, it's just a word. Who cares about a word? And then you have academics being like who cares about a genocide? It's just like,
in my life, I I think is up there. No, I think this is up there. I think this is up there. You got DJ Academics chastising Sneako, who is saying he is more concerned about the Palestinian genocide, a real thing. But he's saying he's more concerned with the Palestinian genocide than a word used to dehumanize himself. Caring
This is true and correct as well.
about the Palestinian genocide, yes. Not
This is back and
realizing
forth
that
is
they
actually
are
representative of reflect way more than we admit to care
indeed
about.
black Palestinians. What? Putting these two issues?
Also, remember, important to note. I think DJ Academics was like on the list for like some of the most influential people in hip hop. Correct me if I'm wrong. He was, and so was Neon. I'm pretty sure. He was number one. He was number one. Neon was on there as well. He was number one.
Antipodal to one another. What? And then, on top of that, DJ Academics thinking he has the moral high ground because he's doing the Black America First argument, insofar as him saying, I don't care about Palestine and Israel, I care about what happens to continental niggas in the USA. What? Meanwhile, has orchestrated a whole hate campaign on Megan Thee Stallion that he still is involved in and is using Black First.
Also, Drake's not even American. And DJ Academics is glazing this man. He doesn't even care about Black Americans here. Where is it at? Okay, where's number one at? DJ Academics is number one. He was number 2 last year. He went up to number 1. Hip Hop Media Power Rankings 2026. He was number 1 Spotify voice. Complex Contra Days. Joe Budden's also here, which DJ Vlad. Where's Kai hasn't even streamed. Known for streaming, but not recently. How much I hate the video. This list is where I care to debate about with regards to influence. I know. I'm surprised they didn't put like NFR or in whatever those people name are. Where's Neon at? Neon's at number 19. This is the first Black woman on the list beat out by Neon. I think so. I think I scrolled past everybody else. I can't. Get this off. Get this off my screen. Get this off my screen.
Arguments to also at the same time denounce the Palestinian genocide. These are people arguing over Chud, who shot a whole black man. They are debating about the ethics of that. Meanwhile, Chud the Builder is what white racists think that black people actually are. Chud,
that's not him. That's not him. That's not him, bro. That is not him. As a repeat offender?
A whole laundry list.
How did they get him on evidence tampering?
The CVS receipts of offenses.
I need to know more about that one.
Tampering with or fabricating evidence. drugs,
fabricating
simple
evidence.
possession, casual.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't. I can't with this man. I can't with this man.
Exchange. You can see him grow older as time goes by. This goes back to what I'm saying. You can find a white man like this that at the same time is calling black people something inferior. And he will claim that he is a victim.
Yeah, I don't know how to convince you guys that I'm literally a fucking single guy with the camera. Somebody could come up and try to kill me right now. There's nothing I could do about it, but I'm protected by the Lord and I believe in his divine protection. Other than that, I'm literally a sitting duck.
And he continues to sit.
Oh, God.
Keep in mind.
How he's sitting in prison.
She's my African princess.
Behind bars.
Mark just subscribed.
Yinzer marketing for the 19 months. While you're provoking black people. Yeah, bro is like, all right, now time for me to go provoke some black people, and maybe they'll attack me. So I have some good content.
Man, that literally goes out of his way to antagonize black people. Like Jesus probably up there saying, hold on, why am I in this? Chud's obsession with black folks, as people have hinted in the chat, is not a pragmatic decision for him to find a way to become more.
Bro said, Lord, protect me. He's like, I got you. And put him in behind bars. He's like, this is all I can do for you. You obviously can't handle this for yourself. You obviously can't handle this yourself. I got something for you. And just put him in jail.
Popular online. Because like with almost every overtly racist white person that we have ever covered, for the most part, he is obsessed with blackness to a fetish level.
Oh, God.
What's up, y'all? Lily Venus here, pretty bitch with a big dick. It's literally in my bio. I'm only bringing this up because...
Yo, good thing for the raid. We're talking about Chud the Builder. Everybody's favorite jail person in jail, guy who's in jail, dude who's now in jail.
Gremlo just subscribed.
Did you know that Sneako got banned from Australia? I'm sorry. I will always laugh at that. I think it's hilarious. I think for the 32 months. Let's just reveal this warning. Wild. It's crazy.
Chud the Builder and cameraman put our conversation on Broadway on YouTube. Now millions of people know what I look like fresh off work. Fucking great. But in the caption it said that black woman who used
Yo, now I'm thinking for the 10 gifted subs. Much appreciated.
Smoke mid and get raw dogged by Chud the Builder. Well, he's not lying. I already told y'all we used to smoke. He used to sell me weed. And we did raw dog. A lot. Me, him, and my ex-wife. I am a professional pegger. It is no secret that I perform prostate massages, if you will, for men. I've been doing it for a very long time now. Most of my clientele is white men. We sign NDA agreements. I talk about me pegging all the time, but I never tell you names because discretion is key. Confidentiality is why my client list is so long. But Chud mentioned it first.
Is she like famous?
Nice bathroom. What are we talking about here? What kind of question is this? That's insanity. You already set the forward. I am on my my main account. This is my stream account. My what's it called? Algorithm on this account is messed up. This is how I get all my insane stuff. I can still subscribe. But that's how I get my drama content. All of my drama content comes on this account specifically. It's tailored specifically, so I see it here.
In the PEG community? Is there a PEG community? Oh, God. Big up the Gawks.
This is my sub account, indeed.
Shout out the Gawks then, blood. This keeps happening, blood. The white men that subscribe to patriarchy the most, as far as like they identify it, they also have this subversive kink, as well as are very invested in blackness. The people that...
Yeah, I mean, this is true for like as I think Forrest said earlier, what is his stupid name? Clavicular as well. support black men. This is crazy. But like, yeah, Caligula has the same thing, right? Where he's like, also like, you know, being like, I'll never date a black woman or whatever, but also like, you know, do this like fetishizing, you know, black women thing as well. You know, it's just and I think it's a whole other weird complex about like black people, not just black women, but black people in general who like feed into like racist white people who do stuff like this. Right, you'll have black men who like will feed into like racist white women who are like, oh, I just want to be with a black man because I want to see how it feels, and black men would be like, I'm gonna go run to that because, you know, low racial self-esteem kinds of thing. Right? Netflix needs to stop entertaining race play. Yeah. Did you know that Doja Cat was showing feet in racial chat rooms?
Subscribe to like BBC fetishes, interracial fetishes, cuckoldry, and now pegging by a black woman. Nobody is think about black cock more than white men. One of my brethren, I'll never forget this. One of my brethren, he's on a football team. He gone to the locker room to pee. He was in the urinals. All kind of urinals open when white dude came right next to him. I'll never forget this. He was in Nevada. This dude could say, nice hog, nigga. Fire feet out's blood. For the folks calling Chud gay, he is engaging with this with a woman, which means he's not gay. He is, however, fetishizing blackness. That is important to note. That is a real thing. You only need to free your prostate from the shackles of homophobia, right? It's important to note all of these different things created Chud. But he used to cosplay as a fairy. That's what he used to do before he, you know, put on a 10-gallon hat and started calling black people a hard.
You know what I think it is? You know what I think it is? I think he's a racist.
It is definitely
Why does he go back to doing this? Honestly, I prefer if he did this. Go back to dressing up as a fairy. Well, he can't. He's in jail now. So, doesn't matter. he can't do it anyway. I guess he could, but like, you know, he can't do it as a free man. You know, maybe he should have done that instead of antagonizing black people. Maybe. The racism fairy.
Interesting digital footprint to have. But getting back to what he's actually being talked about today for is because he, of course, shot a disabled vet. The man who was shot.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this. Where'd it go? Where'd the message go? Oh, this one. I'm not a huge fan of this implication.
By Chud the Builder is a 31-year-old Army veteran, Joshua Fox, was shot in his shoulder and stomach, according to his family. He is a disabled veteran with 2 kids that suffer from PTSD and other medical conditions. Chud is currently facing 25 years in prison. The guy
was 56.
Like he shot is a man that fought for the literal country of which Chud claims to be defending constitutional rights for, to the point where he still is being supported, much like Shiloh Hendricks was supported when she was racist towards black people. This just happened this week and he's already raised $100,000. And look at the picture.
Did y'all see the judge is trying to block him being able to use these funds for his bail as well?
Picture.
Or is that fake news?
They always do this, but look at the picture. He has his son in the picture. The rise of the alt-right renaissance is something that needs to be taken seriously. It's beyond just racist rage bait, but it's a system that is supported, and there needs to be a counter pipeline or an example to be modeled where you don't need to be racist in order to survive, because now it's becoming a viable career opportunity.
Oh God. Yeah. Honestly, not even just viable. It's kind of lucrative. It's a lucrative career opportunity. Wait, should I become racist to survive? Dad, would you support my career if I was racist? I would. If I became racist, I'd only be anti-black racist. To be entirely fair, I couldn't stomach being racist against other races. I would only be anti-black racist. White House Down. I covered White House Down already. Yeah, good video. This is a video from Born Fridays. Here's a link. You should watch it. Give it a like. About Clavicular and Chud the Builder. It's a great video. And follow forward on Twitch as well. On my watch later list. We'll watch it again later as well. Put it in the background. Let's watch this guy get Tekken comboed on in a bar fight.
I'll let you taste the power of my fists. Final round. Fight. She did. You win. You lose. I'll let
Whereas always the person whose pants fit, true. And person who doesn't take their shirt off. It's always posturing. You know what I mean? It's like a peacock spreading their wings, trying to scare off the competition. Right? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. We talked about Harvard. Talked about Clavicular. We didn't talk about the Nithya thing yet. We talked about actually, we didn't talk about this yet. So I talked about it on my second channel, which if you don't follow my second channel, you should follow my second channel. So I might actually not talk about that here. But yeah. Extra Emily again. I can put the extra Emily clip because that was funny, but yeah, if you it's not drama, no. I had a stream this morning that you might have missed because you know
I try to get
you don't follow my second channel, which you should.
I was like looking into an MBA and I was like, oh my god, it's so freaking hard to get an MBA because you have to take a test, like get a GMAT, and then you have to get recommendation letters, and then you have to like write essays. And I was like, I'm too lazy for this. I'm not gonna get an MBA. And then I was like, okay, so what if I get like a different job or something? And then I was like, streaming's too, like I like streaming too much. So I think the break was really good that that like
I don't remember why she left.
That I do
Now that I think about it, I don't remember why she left.
I keep streaming. So breaks are important. They're very important. So I took like a nice little 3-week break, but I was contemplating like, yeah, maybe I should try something else. And I'm like, okay, I like streaming. Yeah, streaming is not bad at all. It's just I was just like too dialed in on like the negatives, and then I think the break was perfect to like show me the positives that come with, you know, this streaming that I built for the past 6 years, right? And I'm like, okay, I can't give it up. So I will be back streaming. Thank you guys.
No, this is not fan. Mr. Beast hates stuff too. I didn't see the Mr. Beast stuff. So I don't pay attention to Mr. Beast stuff purposefully. But she's a young Harvard grad. No, she graduated from Columbia. Graduated from Columbia with a degree in like financial engineering or something. Yeah, still a good school for sure. Columbia. There's also they also had a huge scandal about Palestine engineering. I think it was that. I'm pretty sure it was that. It was something like that. But not really as how she behaves. To be fair, having a degree, having a degree is not a indicator of intelligence, and having a degree from an Ivy League institution is also not an indicator of intelligence. I would go as far as to say having a degree from an Ivy League institution is less of an indicator of intelligence than having a degree from a state school, to be entirely fair. Right? Because think about schools like Harvard and Yale, less Columbia, they benefit from having high graduation rates. They benefit from having high matriculation rates, right? they benefit from having people kind of push through, right? Because why would you want the president's daughter to fail? You know what I mean? Why would you want the CEO of Apple to fail? You know, why would you want their child to fail? You know? So they don't fail people. They don't do that. I know, I know directly people who go to these schools, like who literally don't show up for class, who get passed through with a C. So they will have like a 40% in the class, and they'll get bumped up to a C at the end of the year. The president will bump everybody up to a C, right? Or a B or an A, just to get them through at the end of the year. This is a thing that happens, right? There will be people who like they're at the school just for like in name only. They'll be like, oh well, is that most Ivy? Is it most of Ivy's just legacy admissions? It's not a lot of it yet. There's an Ivy League, right? But like there will be like take like I don't say like MIT, right? There are like students at MIT who will like show up to class and be like, "Hey, professor, I have a startup. We're actually having a thing in San Francisco for 2 weeks. I'm not going to be at class," and the professor's is like, "Okay." Right? And so basically, these schools prioritize just like you doing whatever you want to do, whenever you want to do it, on your parents' dime, making like connections, and then they just bump your grade up at the end of the year and you win. Right? Where if you're at a state school, you're going to class, you're writing papers, you're writing essays, you're doing your homework. Right? That's it. That's not, you're actually doing the work. I'm not saying this like Emily didn't do any work. But I'm saying that that's what happens at like Ivy League institutions. You get a lot of leeway at these institutions. You know, MIT doesn't have legacy admits. Also, that's not chill there. That was the idea. You know, MIT is not a good example, but it's partially the example. I know somebody at MIT who did that, but that's not all of it. Right? Harvard is the quintessential example for that. Right? If your parents went to Harvard, you're going to be accepted in and they're going to push you through. Right? But for the most part, like if you are at a prestigious university and you present your professors with like a good reason, like, oh, I am a CEO of this startup, right? Or I am an executive director at this nonprofit. I need to miss class for this reason. If you're at a prestigious university, you have a lot more leeway to work with your professors on that as opposed to like a state school. If you're at and I know this, I worked at a state school and I did have to miss class for things like that, and my professors did not work with me. You know what I mean? But if you are at a prestigious university, they have like this more understanding of stuff like that. And it's just like, okay, yeah, whatever. You can miss class for whatever, right? You can show up late for this class. You can turn in this exam late. And state schools don't have that. You have to actually do your work. You have to show up. That professor at the Ivy is likely connected to whoever that person or the student is meeting with too. Yeah, exactly. At my school, if you miss more than 3 classes, you will lose a whole grade. Yeah, that doesn't exist at Harvard. It is dependent on the class and the school or whatever, but by and large, like this idea that these schools are difficult is a fantasy. They are prestigious. They are not difficult. Right? I worked with a lot of Ivy League like people. I've interviewed Ivy League graduates of computer science. Woefully unqualified. They left school unqualified to do and hold basic jobs. Right? Their name gets them in the door. Right? Their name gives them leeway. That's just how it is. Graduation is crazy. Yeah, it is crazy. Did y'all see that there was a school in Connecticut that had 23 valedictorians? Sorry, excuse me, I was wrong. Misinformation. They had 21 valedictorians. Because it was Long Island. Wait, Long Island, Connecticut, right? Where's Long Island at? Is it in Connecticut? I don't know where Long Island is. Same thing. New York. It is the same thing. New York State. I don't really know what New York is. Or not New York. You know what I mean. Long Island is. Long Island High School has a record-breaking 21 valedictorians, but not all can make speeches at graduation. In case you're wondering, yes, I did go to Harvard. There are some strong island studiers. Long Island High School boasts a record 21 valedictorians who achieve straight A's in every class all 4 years. Jericho High School has so many they can't make all speeches. They can't all make speeches at their June 28th graduation. They're filming a video instead. They're trying to create opportunities to celebrate this incredible achievement. Like, this is not a thing. I'm sorry. There is no way possible, if school was conducted as it was supposed to be conducted, 21 people got straight A's in every single class for 4 years. If genuinely, if that happens, the curriculum that is used at this school is like horrible. I'm not saying it should be I'm not saying it should be made for people to fail, right? But it should be challenging, right? And rigorous enough so that people are prepared for school. Isn't valedictorian just A everything? No, valedictorian is the highest GPA, right? They all have the exact same GPA. They all have the exact highest GPA. Right? But like, so like, all 21 of these people took like all, okay, I don't know. It's weird. Because in my school, maybe they're doing unweighted. Maybe they're doing unweighted GPAs. In my school, for weighted GPAs, you had AP classes and honors classes that weighted it differently. So, but if they're doing weighted GPAs, 21 people all took the exact same all of the AP classes and all of the honors classes and all got straight A's in all the APs and all of the honors. Then the GPA is capped because extra and AP push you over at my school. Then it might have been unweighted GPA. I don't know. It feels this is grade inflation, right? This is why I've always let me get my point. My point is, this is why I'm frustrated by the way that college admission is utilized, right? Schools, like high schools, can use whatever metric they want to grade students. Does that make sense? These 21 kids have a better chance than most of the country at getting into their preferred schools because the school gave them all the best GPA they could possibly have, essentially. But if a student went to a more rigorous school that had more rigorous, course standards, that person would not have a GPA that is equal to these students, and that would, pull them down a little bit in their college admission standard. I actually don't know if this is a public school. Let's see. I want to read this. Students will wear sashes that say valedictorian 2026. The Nassau County Schools churned out multiple valedictorians because the grades on a letter system, which means a 97 on or higher, averages a student an A+ in the class. Sure. Historically, there's this is the way we've done it with letter grades. The difference between a 99.8 and a 99.83 is insignificant, so letter grades really capture what we represent. Sure. Jericho valedictorians didn't take it easy out either. They impact their school studies with AP courses and extracurriculars. I took Calculus BC was the hardest class I've taken in high school. Sure. That doesn't make sense though. unless they're using unweighted GPAs to calculate valedictorians. Because if they're using weighted GPAs and they're taking AP classes are weighted more. There is literally no way every single one of these students all took the exact same number of honors and AP classes, all got the exact same grade, an A+ in all of those classes across the 4 years, and then got named valedictorian. That really admission typically considers the rigor and resources of the school as well. If a school doesn't have honors, AP, IB isn't held against the student. Theoretically, but like, come on, chatter. Like, you're trusting like each individual college admission to take into account each individual student's individual circumstances and their schooling circumstances. They can't even fix racial dynamics in school. They're not doing that. They're not doing that. They're not. They are not doing that. They are looking at the hard metrics of students, right? And they're looking at the legacy admissions, like in like whether or not their parents went to the school. And that's why they're making these decisions. They're not like weighting it based on like, well, this student is coming from Alabama, which historically has lower funding than New York. And so we're actually going to weigh this Alabama student's, A- higher than this New York student's A+. They're not doing that. There's a reason why you see these disparities between, Black people and, everybody else in freaking Ivy League institutions. Because they're not doing that weighting. College admissions people can be underpaid and overqualified for the jobs and overworked. They can do that. Oh, they can do that if they were paid more, and they can be paid more if colleges actually spent the money they were given by the government on paying their staff, as opposed to like building a new stadium every 5 years. But that's just me. Anyway, I don't believe this. I think, you know what I think? Jerry High School has broken a previous record of 15 valedictorians and ranked 9th within the New York's best high schools and 108 nationally, according to the U.S. News and World Report rankings. That's why they did it. And this is why, right? This school is going to get more attention and potentially more funding because of this ranking. This encourages schools to rig things in favor of their students, right? Because it helps them out. Right? There is zero reason why they couldn't have picked a single valedictorian. Right? Even if they got A+, right? There's no, literally, there's no mention of GPA here. Most schools use GPA to determine valedictorians, not just who got the most A+. Not who achieved straight A's in all of their classes for all 4 years. That's not what it means to be valedictorian. That is not how 90% of schools decide they're valedictorian. It's not. Exactly. They made up a new definition to suit them because they realized that they can boost themselves in a ranking and beat a record if they cheated the system. And I'm sorry, this is the kind of thing that like prestigious schools do all the time. That's what 8 all have the exact same GPA, and that is a more common thing, right? That is a more common thing, and it does happen. Right? It is possible, and it does happen, especially if you do unweighted GPAs. Right? 21, I call BS. High school did this. They picked anyone who had all A's, and that's not how it's done. That's stupid, in my personal opinion. No offense to your high school. And this is my problem. This is my problem with the way that we do K-12 education. Even before Donald Trump gutted the Department of Education, right? Schools get to do whatever they want. And so if you are a school that plays by the rules, you hurt yourself and your students, right? Think about it like this. The way you calculate your GPA affects your students. When I was in school, a AP class was worth 5 points. an honors class was worth 4.5 points. You know? And then a regular class, standard class, was worth 4 points for an A. However, for the year before me, people who graduated in the year 2018 in high school, an AP class was worth 6 points. An honors class was worth 5 points. And a standard class was worth 4 points. So that means from their year to my year, my school district just decided for no reason to completely diminish the entire GPA system, right? And drop it down for my entire year. You know what I mean? And so while the people in the year above me were sporting GPAs that looked like 4.67, 4.92, the highest GPAs of my class were like 4.1, 4.15. Because you mathematically can't get a GPA that high because they changed how the system works. And that is completely up to each school district. And there's no way for the colleges that you apply for to know how your school does GPAs. So when they see a GPA that looks like 4.69 or whatever, they're like, wow, this must be a genius. And they compare that to a 4.11. They're like, wow, this one must be, maybe still smart, but not as smart. We're going to go with this person, right? That's an unfair comparison. So once it's crazy, when I was at high school, AP added like 0.1. I think the valedictorian was like a 4.08. Yeah, that's just how my school did it at the time. And so it's so frustrating looking at like the education system because it's completely vibes based. So now imagine when your school funding is tied to your property value of your district, right? And the most funded schools are tied to the richest communities. What do you think those most funded schools are going to do for their students? They're going to add the deck, right? They're going to tune the knob up a little bit because the people who they are serving, their students, are the children of, governors, the children of congresspeople, the children of CEOs. Why would they not? Or those essays you turn in with the applications, that is a separate conversation. Because those same people, those same students, right, have parents who can afford tutoring. Those same students can pay to take the SAT and ACT multiple times. There are layers upon layers upon layers of inequality that compound on each other that lower income students do not have. You know what I mean? You're in an underfunded school that has a worse system of calculating GPA. You can be the best student at an underfunded school and you get a 4.0 GPA, because that's as high as your school lets you go. But you can only take the SAT and ACT once because you can only afford to take it once. And you get like a 1,400 on the SAT and a 27 on the ACT. Right? And you're competing with somebody whose school tuned the knob a little bit, who would be equivalent to a B student at your school, but who has a 4.5 GPA because the knob is tuned, got a 1,800 on the SAT because the knob is tuned, right? They can take it multiple times every single week or every 2 weeks, whenever they can take it, every 2 weeks. They got a 31 on the ACT, right? And they can pay for tutors to help write your essays for you and college prep courses. And you're competing with that to get into these schools. And their parents went to Harvard. Both of their parents went to Harvard. They were lawyers who went to Harvard Law School. Is that equitable? Is that fair? But that's how the system is set up. That is how our education system is set up. It is stacked against anybody actually working class. Have you considered if you fund low-income schools, how will we have a stable prison worker class? True. Right? And this is just one example. This is just one example of that happening. There is absolutely no reason why there should be 21 students who are valedictorians. You know what this sounds like to me? I want you to look at the parents of these 21 students. Genuinely. I want some journalists to look at the parents of these 21 students. Are they local politicians? Are they local business people? Do they own businesses? Do they have power and influence? Because it reads to me a little bit like these college schemes, right? That, like, you know that one college scheme where, like, that one politician got her daughter on, like, the rowing team? And she never rowed a day in her life? This is like they're gaming the system so they can have a valedictorian on the college application. That's what I'm saying. That's literally what I'm saying. It feels like a college admission scheme. Oh, it was on. Thank you. It was Aunt Becky from Full House. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. I just graduated from Georgetown and work at a restaurant in an Ivy League town in the day after my commencement. I mentioned it to a table. They were aghast that I was already at work already. I was like, bro, I worked the whole time. Yeah, it was Olivia Jade, the YouTuber. Athletic scholarship, no athlete. It's just like that's it. Like it's a sham. It's a sham. Speaker Night, thank you for the 8 months. Also, Pat, thank you for the 19 months. I know Pat's still here. I hope you're doing well. Even for grad degrees, needing the GRE, some don't need it, but many do if you want scholarships. Yeah. The girl didn't even want to go to college. It's to protect and pass on class privilege. It is. It is. And it doesn't exist for actual working class people. But they don't. I genuinely. I want to look at the list of the previous records of super high valedictorians, right? Like, stuff like that, this doesn't happen. Or like the schools with the highest GPAs. Stuff like that doesn't happen. At like working class schools. Which would be weird because schools get to define their own criteria to calculate GPAs, or at least the districts do. But it seemingly is only the rich schools that have these like weird, like, you know, boosts to their school's GPAs. There's no standard criteria in the US? No. No, there was supposed to be, under Obama, getting to a common core curriculum for school material, right? But that wasn't even fully fleshed out by the time Obama left, and then everybody abandoned that. We don't even have a standardized curriculum for what students should learn in school. There is no standardized K through 12 curriculum. Common Core has been abandoned. So you can live in one city or one state and learn something completely different than something someone in the next state over learns. Entirely different. Right? You can live in one school district and learn something entirely different than what somebody in a different school district learned. The standardized things we have are the state test. Yeah. The ACT and the SAT, right, are kind of the only real standardized things that we have. And even then, it's a little bit like, they're not even required anymore. And they have their own problems on top of that. You can live in the same city, depending on if you're going to an academy or public school. Yeah, different curriculum and different standards that they have to follow. Yeah. Your states are level education is look at the job or whatever zip code you're born into. Yeah. And honestly, my like a big beef that I have with a lot of leftists is that nobody talks about this. I don't think a lot of leftists that come from the bi-coast care. Right? Because they get their good education. Right? They don't have to worry about that because they get their good education. Right? If you don't live in the South, right? You don't go to these underfunded schools. You don't have to worry about that. You don't have to think about that. Right? But it's funny to laugh at how stupid Americans are, though, right? Oh, it's hilarious to laugh at how stupid Americans are, how dumb they are. When you go to your super high funded schools in New York or whatever, or on the in California, your good schools, where the rest of us are sitting here like with decades old textbooks trying to make it by. I brought up banning private K-12 schools to my econ professor once, and he looked at me like I was crazy. Yeah. Mississippi has tests where you have to take almost every year that standardized across the state, and the scores excess funding, so teachers end up teaching just material on the test, and the students end up not learning much. Yeah. McGraw-Hill textbooks at that. True. It's a privilege that we need to be grateful for, but mindful of. It shares our perspective and other people's foundations. The thing is, even Americans who went to went to good schools and unis are still dumb. Yeah, that's kind of exactly how I started this section out. You know. Went to a Title I middle school in rural North Carolina. Our lessons are literally just studying the answers on the benchmark practice test. There was a good school that I didn't go to in North Carolina. If you're from North Carolina, you might have heard of it. Called NCSSM. It's like I thought it was so cool because it's like a boarding school for like kids in North Carolina. But it's like a school. It's like the special school that you go to if you're like super smart. But like every like school only had like 3 slots that they can recommend a student to go to. Let's see if I can find it. Like a magnet school. It's basically like that. It's the North Carolina School of Science and Mathematics. Let's see if I can find it. It's a public residential high school for like 11th and 12th North Carolina students with interest in STEM, offered in Durham and Morganton, North Carolina. Did you go to school in North Raleigh? I did not. And so it's like positioned as like one of the better schools to go to as like a high school in North Carolina. I didn't go to like a special school. I went to public school. I've only gone to public schools. So I had a school of arts. I think they still do. Went to one of those in middle school. An IQ test. Oh man, you know how much I love IQ tests. But yeah, I don't know. I think the way we talk about schooling is fundamentally broken in this country. This part is I'm colorblind. What kind of colorblind? I always like the video of people finding out they're colorblind. They're like, no, this is blue. And people are like, it's green. I saw one like 2 days ago. They're like, this is the color of my skin. And they're like, dog, that's yellow. Like, no, it's not. It's like, yes, it is. Like, no, this is the same color. It's like, it's the funniest thing ever. As you have a New York clip. red, blue, I think. And I used to think the chocolate milk was green. Really? I think I like the conversation around colors because there's literally no way of really knowing for sure if like the red you're talking about is exactly the same red that I see in my eyes outside of like measuring like the wavelength of light it is, you know? But like I still don't know if you like if that's the same thing that you see, you know? Like, I can say that it's red, and you can say that it's red. And we can just agree that this is just what we call red. And we would just have no idea if it's just different. We have no idea. We have no clue. What if it's different? Exactly. We will see more shades than others. Describe it as warm. Warm can mean anything, though. How would you describe warm? Anyway, that's my take. You know how I feel. That's all I have to say. That's it. I didn't talk about the Nithya thing.
It felt terrible. I hate that. Like I'll have a tough but
this was like
fair.
2 days ago. I don't know if I'll cover the Nithya thing. I think that's it. I think I covered most of what I wanted to talk about. Yeah, it was a 35-minute clip. I'm scrolling, just making sure. You cover Metcalf Stadium and the European white supremacy. I don't know what that's referring to. I don't really get a lot of European stuff on my feed. I don't think. I see Lanterns apparently released the trailer. Apparently this guy, what with Maya? Maya had a this is drama. Oh, this isn't drama. They finally have green? No, actually they don't. Maya had a TED talk. This isn't the drama. How to get VIP here? You have to be a chatter. The VIP is very simple. You have to be one of my top chatters on my Twitch recap, or have me as your #1 watched streamer. That's the way to guarantee it. Other than that, it's just vibes. At the end of the year, I always go through, I remove old VIPs who never chat in here anymore, except for Maya. Maya gets to keep her VIP, even though she's never in here. And then I give everybody else the new can I just pay for it? It depends. How much are you willing to stake for it? Anyway, I'll play this because I already have it up. 5,000 subs is craziness.
Holy shit. I still remember. Okay, this is a little bit of personal information, but this was when I was like genuinely considering quitting streaming. And this was, I think, the first fun non-Gaza related stream that we did. post October 7. And I literally was like, I think I probably should just quit streaming. I should go back to college. I should, you know, pursue a PhD. Maybe I'll become like a college professor or something. Because
I talked about this on my morning stream, so I won't talk about what I talked about on there. Honestly, also because it was pretty personal, so I'll leave it there. But I wanted to show this because this is literally my plan. Funny. I thought it was funny from this and from Extra Emily, the clip that we just saw. Both of them were just stepping on my turf, bro. Actually, Emily wanted to go back and get her MBA. Well, I was like, on my turf. Yeah.
it was so much every fucking day.
Like 3 to 5 years.
Day in, day out.
I will say I didn't get into the PhD program, so like, you know, that's just me.
But we're just like, you're a fucking terrorist. You're a fucking terrorist. You're a terrorist. No allies. No one in the space. None of my Twitch streamer friends were, or none of the content creators in the space wanted to touch the issue of Israel with a 10-foot fucking pole because they were so worried about being attacked. They saw the way that like mercilessly people were like ripping into me, calling me a fucking terrorist, even doing like unbelievable amounts of unrestrained Islamophobia. I mean, it's the same now too with mainstream media, but it doesn't fucking matter anymore because the public is on my side. It doesn't matter. But at that point, this is January 30th, 2024. There wasn't a lot of people who were like, yeah, Israel kind of sucks. Everyone was like beginning to learn about how much Israel sucked, but they were not there yet. Right. And, you know, my community had been severed almost in half, you know, a third left, went from like 30,000 to barely cracking. We were like sub 20K on a day-to-day basis. So many content creators were just eating so good off of like every other week there would be another incident, another horrifying atrocity that I was trying to shine a light to. And anytime I spoke out on it, people would just do video after video after video with like millions of fucking views being like, he's a terrorist. Look at how much of a fucking terrorist he is. Now, of course, at the time, like I still, and I still abide by this. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. I looked at the issues that I was trying to you know, explain to an audience primarily in the West. And I was like, these people are sacrificing their lives. It's nothing. Like, you know, feeling
the median household income is $172,000. That's the median, like the middle. 46% white, 49% Asian, 0.06% black, 1.6% Hispanic and Latino, 3.1% two or more races. The mean is 250,000. The median family is 188,000. The median home value is $1 million. The median home value in this 1 million is the median home. $1 million is the median home value. We're talking about the district with 21 valedictorians. That's the median home value. Look at this distribution, chat. There's only 12 homes less than $50,000. 32 homes from $100,000 to $150,000. 63 homes from $200,000 to $300,000, and then 2,000 homes, $500,000 and up, with the median being $1 million. No, sorry. There's 2,000 homes from $500,000 to $1 million. That's all before the median. This taps out the scale. That means that there's over 2,000 homes that cost more than $1 million. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. This distribution is wrong. I don't believe it. Something here is wrong. Something here is wrong. I do not believe this. Do not believe this. I do not believe that there are 2 million homes, 2,000 homes here that cost over $1 million, and there's not even 100 that cost $300K. Really? Sorry, I'm. Sure. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought this district was. What is this? I'll get this in a second. I'm gonna finish this this video off.
Explain to an audience primarily in the West, and I was like, these people are sacrificing their lives.
It's actually a good link. I just actually something I want to talk about as well.
Thing like you know, feeling shitty and being called a terrorist every day is nothing. People leaving and misunderstanding what I am trying to explain to people is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, right? I have unbelievable privilege. I can just like push through it. So I'm not, you know, presenting myself as a victim at all. I'm just saying mentally I was there. And then we did this stream. And I think that literally stopped me from quitting. Because I remember I was so close. I was like, I fucking hate all this shit. I have no friends in this industry. I have no one that will stand by me. All of these other people are like saying I'm Osama bin Laden. They're playing fucking games comparing me to Osama bin Laden. Like some of the top content creators were doing that. And not a single one of the people I know, the people I've like, you know, grown up with in this fucking, in this dark corner of the internet, not a single one of them was like, hey, maybe you shouldn't do that. That's kind of fucked up. Why are you doing that? That's a little racist, don't you think? Not even a little bit, right? And then I did this, and we did this stream, and a lot of people tuned in, and you know, we fundraised what, 30 grand in the entire 2-hour stream, or like hour-long stream. And you know, that's when I was reminded that we do actually have an incredible impact, that like we are capable of making, you know, changes, albeit marginal. That was my thread of hope. Okay. It was you guys that were in here. It was 40 grand. It's written there. Scroll down a little. Yeah. Not 30, 40 grand. But yeah, that was my thread of hope. For sure. I don't really get touchy-feely nowadays as much, but that's what I was like, damn, you know, we still have the capacity to make changes, right? A thread of hope that we can weave together for a better future.
Another tweet I wanted to talk about. So I spoke about my thoughts on this earlier today. So I won't reiterate my thoughts, but I just kind of wanted to show it because I think that was interesting. Because it's very interesting about how this is a very similar thought process that I went through around my quitting. About quitting, going back to school, and then becoming a professor. And I thought it was a pretty interesting overlap. Kind of missed it. It was the second channel. It was. I don't usually do streams early in the morning. But Crazy that you both think about quitting at the same time. You think he copied you? No, I don't think he copied me. I don't know. I mean, it seems like a logical progression to go from. This morning didn't save either. I mean, it wasn't on this channel, so it makes sense. Or at least, it's about from this morning on the other channel didn't save. I have no idea what happened with it. So yeah, if it's gone, it's gone. I remember what I was saying. Oh yeah, it gotta make sense to go from like streaming to like becoming a professor. Because it's just like a logical step in that direction. But I don't know. I already spoke on it. So my plans are already solidified. I've already accepted my freaking admission to Howard. Because I'm depending on the streaming style, yeah. I was an adjunct professor when you are a few years older. Maybe we'll see. But I just thought it was an interesting thing. Emo Saga finally resolved. Yeah, it did. He'll be a part-time streamer. My best case scenario is that I don't stream anymore. That's my best case scenario. My best case scenario is that I retire from streaming and I'm able to go to school full time. Right. But that's only if I can afford it and afford to. That's what I would want. Not that I don't appreciate the support that I get from you all from streaming, but I think I've done what I've wanted to do here. I think I've made my point. I said what I wanted to say, and I don't know if I said this back when I was going to back when I was like first making content. I was first making YouTube videos. When I first made my first YouTube video, a commodification of the Black identity, I said that I would only make content when I had something that I wanted to say, you know? And so all the pieces of content that I've made have been things that I've wanted to say, even if they're things that haven't gotten a lot of views, even if there are things that haven't, people haven't seen, right? I speak on things that I kind of want to say. And I think I'm arriving at the point where I've said all that I want to say, To go get my PhD or MD at 35. I mean, if you want to, it's expensive. Depends on where you go, but if you can get it funded, more power to you. You feel me? But it's just like, I don't know. I think it makes sense for like streamers to go back to school. I think a lot of streamers haven't even gotten their first degree, which is why I do think streamers like I won't say you shouldn't stream straight out of high school. I will say you should not drop out of high school to stream. This will be my take. You should not drop out of high school to stream. You should not prioritize streaming over getting your high school education. Right? Because even like most people are not going to be Snack. You're not going to be like Rakai. But even if you are, like you have to survive off of that money for like your entire life. Like if Rakai like doesn't finish his high school education and keeps streaming, whatever money he makes, he has to survive off of that for his life, or he's going to have to go back to school or make it work without a high school diploma. You know what I mean? And you don't want to be, 30, 35, 40 years old, right? I didn't drop out, no. Rakai is still in high school. Rakai hasn't finished yet, right? And so there are people who do drop out of school to do content, but you don't want to be like an adult, like a full adult, right? And then you run out of money from your content days, and you're like, what do I do now? You kind of dropped out of college, right? Because then you're gonna be like, what do I do? Do I go and get my GED? Do I go get a degree? Do I switch content? Do I just? You're gonna end up like Jason Nash, you know, whatever his freaking name is here. And I really need these bathrooms. I'm gonna put on a Jason Nash video so you can watch it, just so it can scare you straight. Yeah, watch this like old Nick is Not Green video about Jason Nash on TikTok.
Today, little bedrooms on their own little phones, getting their own little butts wiped. And trust me, once you see one of Jason's lives, you don't get to say no. And so in the past month, I have gone from thinking about Jason Nash 0 times a day to every single time I open the app. And then I have friends of mine start telling me that they keep seeing Jason Nash on their TikToks. I start seeing more and more people angry about it on Reddit. Jason Nash begging for money on TikTok. Can we talk about Jason Nash panhandling on TikTok? Jason Nash is so embarrassing. A couple of weeks ago, I literally overheard a conversation in line at a Disneyland ride about how Jason Nash never gets off of TikTok live. And if you're watching this, a lot of you have probably experienced the same horror. It's like that new dream scenario movie where Nicolas Cage shows up in everyone's dreams, except it's just Jason Nash and his face is just haunting me wherever I go, and I want him to be gone badly. One time I opened TikTok to see Jason Nash on a 4-person live in front of like 800 people where he was literally giving dating advice to 20-year-olds.
Is it love at first sight? Like people say, oh, when you know, right? So like, or it's like, it's a situation like other situations where it's like, you have a perfect candidate. And in the world that we live in right now, it's like
the jokes write themselves. I can't even tell at this point if Jason actually enjoys talking to the people on the lives at all. He seems so bored every single time I see him on there. Lean in and listen closely to the way that Jason participates in this conversation.
We were just talking about this, a lot of people, and well, I'm 25, you're in the bracket somewhat. Matt's like my age. But if you, in our generation, you're so replaceable. You're one swipe away, someone else is coming, right? So I feel as though, and obviously a lot of other things could be depending on each person, right? But I think it's so hard to find somebody who does everything right. So in that regard, it's like not settle, but do you at least try to figure out if you can like that person, being that you know exactly what you want, you know, like almost it's difficult to find type of thing.
I was on Spirit Airlines today, so my brain's a little foggy. What was the question?
Does he even like doing this? I mean, maybe it's just the dopamine rush of like tens of dollars being sent to his TikTok bank account every time he wins some battle. But really, how much money could Jason be making on this goddamn app where he's getting enough money to pay his mortgage, to send his children to school, to buy his underage friends alcohol? Well, let's go back to that clip I was watching before and see just how many points Jason Nash racks up in this nail-biting game in front of 200 people. 48,000 points. Whoa, that's a big number. You're telling me you got 48,000 points? What the hell? How big even is that? Now, to be honest, I did do some mild research trying to get a number on how much 48,000 points would even be, but they have TikTok coins, and then they transfer into diamonds, and then they have battles with the points that you get with gifts. You give gifts from it and then you get the points from those gifts. I have no idea how much money he could be possibly making from 200 people watching him on a TikTok live, but I can confidently say that his paychecks are not the same as they used to be. And truly, struggling with your career as a father who has mouths to feed, I do not envy this feeling to grasp on to whatever he can at this point to hold on to some sort of relevancy in the public eye. But is begging for money on TikTok a justifiable career decision for Jason Nash? This is kind of the focus around why I made this video in the first place, to answer this question. Is digital panhandling to people on TikTok okay? More specifically, is it okay for someone in Jason Nash's position? Maybe for a struggling part-time worker who found an audience on TikTok and who wants to make ends meet. But when it's someone like Jason who has the opportunity to make content that isn't just basically directly asking people for donations, I feel like any other option would be better than this. He can make content on YouTube for AdSense, get brand deals, post on Snapchat, even post to TikTok and make revenue off of the ads there. That's respectable enough. But every day for hours and hours, asking people poorer than you for digital gifts in exchange for absolutely nothing is sad and embarrassing. But then again, what do I know? Maybe Jason's really struggling since he stopped working with David, and this is the only way for him to make his mortgage payments, I guess. And honestly, there really isn't that much wrong with going on TikTok live in general. You know, maybe he likes the real-time interaction he gets with a few of his fans. Maybe he enjoys the conversations he has with other influencers. I mean, I think all of that is okay, but it starts to become suspicious when it is obvious that the main focus of Jason participating in these live streams is for him to make money from his viewers. There is no other reason why a grown-ass fatherly man would do this publicly without any shame.
Firework, do you ever feel like a plastic bag chasing in the wind, wanting to start again? Do you ever feel how very, very thin? 6 feet under and you know alone I'm here to sing. The lightning bolt is there for you and it's starting you and you just gotta ignite the light.
Another time I go on TikTok and Jason is midway through a conversation he's having with another young influencer about how much time they both spend on TikTok live. And as you watch this clip, you can tell that Jason doesn't really relate much to what this TikToker is saying when he explains how he doesn't like to spend every second of his life on TikTok live.
Life, you know what I'm saying? Like I like to be with like my family. I don't know. I don't like to be on for like 10 hours a day, even on this. Like I like to be as entertaining and give as much as I possibly can for like 4 hours a day, which is still a long time. But I feel like quantity over quality. No, quality over quantity for sure. For me at least. I mean, everyone has different vibes, but I'm definitely a quality over quantity guy. I like to be like my best self and just like be on and be off. And if I'm not feeling it, I'll get off.
Right.
I know he's having a hard time relating to this right now. And honestly, watching these videos gives me a second-hand embarrassment or fear because I have a lot of insecurities around my content creation and my job security. And the thought of having to turn on the camera every day to ask for little gifts from my viewers is frightening, to say the least. Just going from one of the most watched comedians on YouTube every day to someone who can barely afford their lifestyle is not fun at all, and I'm sure he does feel awful about this deep down, but he still continues to turn to begging children online for money instead of genuinely trying to make something that his audience wants to see. They don't go to Jason Nash's channel to watch Jason Nash. They go to Jason Nash's channel to see who Jason Nash knows. And when he loses the platform that people watch him the most on, everything else seems to fall apart. And it seems like even the people he used to work with see this, as you've got former peers of his like Alex Ernst indirectly making fun of just how insane his TikTok lives sound.
I'll be live on this app all day today, guys. Eduardo, let's go! Yes! Send me another Galaxy. Send me 3 Galaxy gifts, and I'll take my shirt off in 3 seconds, guys. Come on.
Dark fantasy?
And not only that, but the public perception of Jason from other people on the internet seems to be worse than most other influencers. I mean, I open Reddit to people just talking about how boring Jason is doing his own podcast without any of his friends. I saw a post about someone saying that they went to one of his stand-up shows and there was barely anybody there 30 minutes before he had to perform. It's hard not to look into the future as someone who makes content and fear becoming what Jason Nash has become. You know, Jason has always surrounded himself with whoever has made him relevant in the past, and when that goes away and he's isolated, it seems like the default becomes just begging for hours and hours on the internet for someone to pay attention to him and someone to give him some money. Jason Nash is wasting the last precious years of his long ass life asking for money so he can do what exactly? Pay someone to wipe his butt? And as I conclude this video, I guess I ask myself the question, do I feel bad for him for any of this? I mean, it is kind of mean for me to make this whole video clowning someone for something that I'm afraid that I'll have to do at some point in my life, right? I don't really know. But also, dude, you're begging people for fake stuff on an app made for children. And for that,
you enjoyed Jason Nash. Why is Andrew Callahan, one, why is he still around? Two, why is he interviewing ICE agents? You gotta watch a video of his in a month. Cause I don't think he's making videos anymore. I think Nick retired or something. Letting people sorry while you were gone. Good job, sure. I think I said all I had to say about this. This video was almost over. Okay, we're gonna finish this.
Don't know how much I can back him up on this one. I would say that Jason Nash should sell his home in Los Angeles and maybe do something else. But I guess that's all I gotta say on the matter for this week. Thank you for watching this video. If you did, I'm gonna be posting basically once a week for the near future on this channel, I think. It's kind of up in the air. I'm working on a new show that's gonna come out around the end of January, and I really want to focus my creative endeavors on that. So I'll still be here.
Yeah, I think he's gone. Wait, no, he posted 2 months ago. I'm wrong. He's not gone. He's still posting. Yikes, Skill, thank you for the prime, by the way. Leadership back. Oh, you didn't like Jason Nash? I did want to look at this link that Sarah sent, and before I end, also this link that I had as well, because there was something that I wanted to say about this one too. I was missing Nick. He's been way less present. This is the drama with Super Mega. I don't even know. I don't know what that is. I know of Super Mega, but like I don't know what the drama was. Was on the screen, but I heard the video. I was like, he sounded like Nick is not green. Whatever happened to Nick? That's who you were watching. Yeah, because like we brought up Jason. I don't even know how we got there. Jason Nash, something. But Sarah sent this in. And this is the 17th Tamil Genocide Commemoration Day. Thousands of Tamil people gathered to at the. Hey, someone help with pronunciation. I'm bad at pronouncing words. Mali Tamil Genocide Memorial in Malai Kivu to mark the 17th Tamil Genocide Commemoration Day to remember their loved ones. Families disappeared, political leaders, students, religious leaders, and members of the public took part in the remembrance event. I can't read. Paying tribute with flowers, lamps, moments of silence for those who lost their lives during the final phase of the war, and in Mali Baikal. The commemoration was marked with emotional scenes as grieving families remembered as their loved ones, while the call for justice, remembrance, and accountability echoes throughout the gathering. It was the largest Tamil people in my region of British Columbia, and this was, but that was 15 years ago. 70 years wasn't that long. Isn't a long time at all. So much trauma. It's not, and it's insane like how that this is just a consistent thing that just continues to happen, and how genocides across the world it consistently just are ignored, right? And so I do completely understand Arun's frustration at how it's not spoken about, for sure, right? And so that I think is something that I think is very, very important to talk about. And so here, I think here, and I tweet that I can put Arun's series, of course. This kind of leads into this as well, which came a few days ago as well. There was a Nakba Day, which was a very similar conversation around the genocide in Palestine and the Nakba that happened. This is a video that I saw this morning, and just how kind of cavalier the perpetrators of genocide talk about it. And I want to draw some parallels from this video to what I think like this audience will be able to understand a little bit more. But I saw this morning, and I had a tweet that I wanted to make. I just want to show it to you.
Today is Jerusalem Day, or Yom Yerushalayim in Israel. It commemorates when Israel conquered East Jerusalem after the Six-Day War in 1967. As you can see, Israeli settlers
yes, precisely,
are here to begin a march starting from Damascus.
And it's something that Americans like are able to kind of detach themselves from, because we saw it with like DJ Academics, right? With DJ Academics being like, I don't care about what's happening over there, right? Because it's very easy for Americans to kind of sit back and like be like, if it doesn't happen like directly within our borders, even happening within our borders, if it doesn't happen literally in front of my face, outside of my communities, I don't care. I don't see it, right? And this is not something that's like exclusive to like conservatives, right? This is something that happens from liberals, right? And it's not something that's new in American history either.
And they're going to march to the Western Wall, and it's a very scary day for the many Palestinian residents in the Old City. Many of them have closed up their shops in anticipation of this day. They don't want to risk being harassed or assaulted.
Jerusalem Day is the
like this is this, by the way. It's this. Liberals will like to position like this as like, oh, this is so bad. This is like, I of course, if this would happen today, I'd be so against it. I'd be so against it. You know, I would never stand for this. But like, they do. They do stand for it. They stand on the side of it. Right? It's the adage of like liberals oppose every war except for the current war. Right? They oppose every genocide except for the current genocide, every apartheid except for the current apartheid. Right? It's no different. Right? No different.
Jerusalem Day is the celebration of the occupation of East Jerusalem, and it has been for a long time this big celebration for the far right, where they march with Israeli flags through the old city and attack Palestinians and Palestinian stores.
For what, Israel? I think he's an activist against Israel. He's an activist in Israel, right? Against the settlers. I'm pretty sure. One of the five. Like these are children. Like these are children, right? But like they're these kids. Right? Okay, well, go to this. It's not. I was looking for this image. Just give me the image. Thank you. This image. Right? And these kids are just allowed to like grow up and like move on from this, right? With no accountability. But like this is just a society that's like deteriorated. You know? And that like you need to address that. You need to I just there's no words there.
Jerusalem Day is a festive day today about.
And like, if you're wondering why are kids like this, right? It's because of people like this. He's like, this is a festive day, right? We're celebrating.
Day today about heritage, culture, and really the uniting of the Western Wall in Jerusalem for the Jewish people. You may hear of some isolated incidents of violence. The Israel police absolutely does not condone this behavior. It's unlawful, and we do everything possible to thwart this from taking place.
Like literally down to like calling the cops, being like, "Look, they're failing us. You get them. You work for us. You work for us." He's filming us. Get it. This kid's like freaking like 9 years old, bro. In a normal, regular society, there's no reason why he should have like this level of like bravado, this level of entitlement. Like, this is insanity. Obviously, the Israeli police are not going to do anything about it. Like, they're not going to actually, like, you know, they're not like a actual arbitering moral force or anything like that. But like, it just kind of shows that like this is like from like the top down, right? The dehumanizing rhetoric towards Palestinians is not like made up. It's not like fabricated, right?
Yeah, my name is Ori Shaham. I'm 25 years old, and I'm part of the Standing Together movement. We're a movement of Jewish and Palestinian citizens of Israel fighting for peace, equality, and social justice. No, they're not with me. They're trying to intimidate us. They're trying to be an intimidating force. And this is what they do day in and day out, is to intimidate people. It's to try to create as much fear and violence as possible. So they're not even letting me commit this interview right now. But this is just a tiny, tiny fraction of what the settlers do every day.
Yeah, I don't want to like be too hard on like, again, one of the 12 Israeli activists, right? Especially when like the settlers are right there. But do y'all feel? Let me explain. If this feels like Democrat. Like, obviously, there needs to be something, right? Some counter force is better than no counter. But it feels a little bit like the Democrat, right? Like in a situation in a state where it's like things have like deteriorated so far. Again, I don't know. There's the polls on how many Israelis support the genocide in Lebanon. They love it, yeah. Really, I hate everything that disingenuously claims to be for the children for a better future. Yeah. I don't have time for this today. Watch this video. How long is it? 17. We might watch it, maybe not tomorrow. I might not stream tomorrow, but next stream. Because I don't think I'll stream for long. I think I'm gonna end stream after this anyway. But like that's kind of my point. I don't know. It's fine. I am curious a little bit about like what they do, like what these activists do specifically. Right, but it's just like what a insane society of entitlement. I don't know. I just want to draw that parallel to like to something that chat might know, which is like, you know, Jim Crow South and these kids got to grow up, by the way. These kids got to grow up, and I really hope that we are better right? And that there is some accountability for, like, not saying like these kids shouldn't grow up, but like that like we are able to position and fix the propaganda, right? And the insane like brainwashing apparatus behind like what causes this to happen in the first place. You know? Like these kids right now probably are old adults still harboring anti-black beliefs, right? These kids are still probably old adults, them and their kids probably still harbor anti-black beliefs. They're still flying the Confederate flag right now, right? And that should change, right? That should be different, right? We want to make sure that for these kids, when they grow up, they don't do the same. They don't like fly their equivalent of the Confederate flag, right? They're not harboring anti-Palestinian beliefs, right? When we end this genocide, that should be our goal. You know, this is the 50s or 60s. Pick some, probably in Congress right now. I mean, Mitch McConnell is like the prime example. Instagram account. We may look at it another time, but I am slightly curious. Jeez. Okay. Okay. Definitely can't look at this on stream actually. So, but this is where I'm going to call it today. Thank you all for watching. I think I made my. I think I want to check something real quick. Did Hassan say why he's wearing suits every stream? Oh, the VOD didn't save from this morning. That is interesting. I think he just wants to look better on TV. That makes sense. I can't. LOL. It's look more professional, I guess. Let me do a little look-sees real quick. This content video producer. All right, it unpublished here. Okay. I published the VOD of me. For the people who are still here are probably people who like actually watch me. Not those tourists who don't actually watch me. If you missed the stream on my second channel, I talk about things that I think are important, little personal stuff. It's up on my second channel. If you want to take a look at it. I'm wearing the same outfit I'm wearing now. You know, it is technically an art channel, but it's a channel for a bunch of stuff. My tours called out, yeah. I don't know. I think it made me feel better. I think talking about it made me feel better. I think I realized that I've been negative recently. I think I found out why. I don't plan on changing it, but I think I found out why. Yeah. Any final thoughts? I can't wait till The Boys is over because I want to talk about it so bad. Can I spoil The Boys? Have y'all seen it? Will y'all let me spoil it? Oh, sorry. I just saw a new bad banana account. I have to block it. Don't spoil. Fine, I won't spoil it. Spoiler talk on the second channel? Maybe. Or has done updates? I'll think about it. All right. You like spoiling things? No, I don't. I always give warnings before I do, if I do, which I usually don't. But okay, that's my take. I'm gonna go, chat. Last thing I'll say before I leave is, did y'all see Grand Platinum got community noted? This is the last thing I'll say. Last thing. Where'd it go? Twitter hit Grand Platinum with a community note. Wait, he deleted it. He deleted it. What? Look up on the VOD. I don't know if I showed it on the VOD. It was basically just Grand Platinum saying that like Susan Collins sent him to Iraq and Afghanistan. The community note was like, well, actually you joined before she or after she actually voted for the Iraq war. So she actually didn't send you specifically. So it's true, but fine. Anyway, dress it up as a talking point against her. Yeah, I think it's a bad talking point. He has better talking points, genuinely. Not to give him any pointers or anything, but like he has better talking points than that, right? Oh wait, hold on. That's an old one. There's a lot of community notes. Oh, I found it. Pause. Okay, then I'll leave because I want to go see my doggies. Grand Platinum gets hit with devastating community note. Senator Susan Collins sent me to wait, this actually might still be up on his page. The note might just be gone. Nope, this is gone actually. He deleted this. It's no longer this no longer exists. What did this send me to Iraq? Did you learn anything from that experience? Anything at all? He enlisted knowing we were at war. He volunteered 3 tours over 8 years. He said, I thought I could do some good. I wanted to play soldier. It's not a good line because he himself had argued against it. Right? He had another one too. This was March 3rd. It's actually not this one. He had another one as well yesterday. Where he posted it about the interview. I don't know where it is. But it basically said the same thing. Sounds cool, but it's just not true. Yeah, he could say that she voted to send my friends. This is with the interview transcript. Oh, maybe I did actually look at it yesterday morning. No, but he also got hit with the community note too. This got community noted, but I saw it. I did see it. He posted a thing on his account and it got community noted. I don't know if that note got deleted or if that tweet got deleted. I did see that specifically get community noted on his account. I should have screenshotted it or something, but I didn't. So, but it's the same thing. You know, Grant Platter volunteered to enlist the Marines in 2004 after Senator Collins voted in 2002 to authorize the military force against Iraq. Your stance on Plattner? Check my YouTube. I gave my stance on Platter on my YouTube. It's like I don't have time to speak on it right now because I do have to leave. So I'm tired. I have some water. Hold on. Glug. Okay. Adios.
Wrist so icy, wonder why she like me, bitch. I'm drowning in water. I just bought a cube and dipped it in a fountain. Everywhere that I go, it's a light show. I'm surrounded. Bust down, bust down, bust down, bust down, bust down, bitch. I'm drowning. I just bought a Cuban ring and dipped it in a fountain. Chain so heavy, I feel like I'm holding up a mountain. Everywhere that I go, it's a light show. I'm surrounded. Bust down, bust down, bust down, bust down, bust down, bitch. I'm drowning. I'm with all my niggas, I don't go nowhere without them. If they don't let us in, they might throw shots at the bouncer. Activist medicine, got it straight from out the doctors. I'm with RJ, but I call him Wayne cause he's a shotter. Pick up the ladder, put it in the gun, make the non-stretch. Niggas with attitude, but we come straight out of Highbridge. I'm gon' make her panties wet when she see the way y'all flex. I'm gon' win a Grammy, move my family out the projects. We went from chillin' in the projects to making projects. We was trying to get to the top and they tried to stop us. I talk for myself, bitch, I don't need no fucking voucher. She looked at my wrist and she looked at 100,000. Wrist so icy, wonder why she like me, bitch, I'm drowning in water. I just bought a cube and dipped it in a fountain. Everywhere that I go, it's a light show, I'm surrounded. Bust down, bust down, bust down, bust down, bust down, bitch, I'm drowning. I just bought a Cuban ring and dipped it in a fountain. Chain so heavy, I feel like I'm holding up a mountain. Everywhere that I go, it's a light show, I'm surrounded. Bust down, bust down, bust down, bust down, bust down, bitch, I'm drowning.
Just bought a brand new chain from Auzzieland. Nigga with attitude, but I ain't from Continent. Look cool that bitch, I'm polo down like Carton. Sniper gang, I put a nigga on the carton. I'm the shit, I'm farting. I don't know how to party. Pull up in a Rari, I'm in the yo like Gotti. Hey boogie, I'm going Scotty. Nigga drop my deposit. I ain't Jamaican, bitch, I'm Haitian, but I got them shotters. Harley Davidson every day, I rhyme with the chopper. They hating, I know they don't wanna see a nigga prosper. I ain't doing trims, I'm in the cut like I'm a barber. She call me daddy, but I ain't her motherfucking father.
Wrist so icy, wonder why she like me, bitch, I'm drowning in water. I just bought a cube and dipped it in a fountain. Everywhere that I go, it's a light show, I'm surrounded. Bust down, bust down, bust down, bust down, bust down, bitch, I'm drowning. I just bought a Cuban ring and dipped it in a fountain. Chain so heavy, I feel like I'm holding up a mountain. Everywhere that I go, it's a light show, I'm surrounded. Bust down, bust down, bust down, bust down, bust down, bitch, I'm drowning. Bitch, I'm drowning. Bitch, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. I'm drowning. I'm drowning.
Yeah. Now is my time. Now is my time. Everybody rock with me because I'm up now. Took your girl and I'm scoring like I made the touchdown. Swerving in a Lambo, doors go up, not on the bus now. Used to want a G-Shock, now I'm walking with a bust down. Pull up and I'm flooded with a iced out watch. Whip it look like butter, baby, peek and drop. Peek and drop, put that phone in sun drop. Stab my knots, count a lot, saw a lot. Got them rocks, diamond rocks, whip the pot. Suicide, 1600, that's the block. Get your girl that's check free. She ain't used to text me, now she want caress me. She keep tryna neck me, I gotta tell my bestie. Someone call my bestie, think I found my bestie. Link up, make the check. check bleed. You know that I'm smoking dope, I'll be high till next week. No, I had to let her go, cause she can't arrest me.
Woke up with my toolie, what they do? Meet me in the alley with the troops. I got red shooters, I got blue. Let that thing down and point at you. Bentley or the Rari, hold that you. We gon' ride the bank, bring the loop. We gon' take the boy back to school. Money on the floor just like shoes. Money on the floor just like shoes. Yeah, I'ma fuck it that she just swell, yeah, I'ma fuck it that she just swell, yeah. And I love my guns, yeah. And I love my toes, yeah. And I love my loot, yeah. Fuck with me and you gon' lose. Don't talk to me, just talk to my little dude. Don't talk to me, just talk to my little dude. Woke up with my toolie, what they do? Meet me in the alley with the troops. I got red shooters, I got blue. Let that thing down and point at you. Bentley or the Rari, hold that you. We gon' ride the bank, bring the loop. We gon' take the boy back to school. Money on the floor just like shoes. No, you can't save, I'm mad enough. Smoking hella weed, I'm on the alcohol. Shawty lick me clean away, she sucked me off. I keep 2 O's in my bed, I got them turning out. What would you do if you heard I got it going on? I had to burn, I left skirmers, I had to deal. Gotta watch for 12, around my town you might get killed. I'm on my mind, yeah, I'm high by the rim. You copping lie, boy, I got it all on film. You gotta watch out where you rock it, shit get real. Drink too real, I can't be fake, don't know the feel. Gotta take a long drive up the hill. Gang too wavy, move like Navy SEALs. I'm too wavy, think I need to live. Chicago, baby, she just wanna drill. The vibe's too wavy, it's too hard to kill. Gotta watch out where you go, cause she get real.
You can't save, I'm mad enough. Smoking hella weed, I'm on that alcohol. The shawty lick me clean away, she sucked me off. Keep 2 hoes in my bed, I got them turning out. What would you do if you had it? I got it burning out. I let it burn, scratch that mark, I had to deal. Better watch for 12, around my time you might get killed. I'm on my mind, yeah, I'm high for the real. You copping live, boy, I got it all on film. Must be cautious, total hoes, I'm all in. Playing this ball is obvious, I left the girl, she calling. You know I hit in the morning, oh yeah, she on it. I met you in the club, bitch, you know this shit be nothing. Oh, then I hit your cousin, no discussion. Sippin' on lean, no rubber tussin'. Oh yeah, I know you love me, I mean it ain't no cuddling. You down bad, you suffering. I don't give a fuck how hard it get, that little bitch know I started it. Oh yeah, get to the cash, no layup. Spin a big bag, rodeo. Some ain't ride for the fresh cut. Hoes come through, just touch us. I'ma tell the truth like Usher. You already know I bust us, just like my trap for Russia. Swing when I swing to the left, pop, my trunk, when I swing to the left, pop, my trunk,
No, you can't save, I'm mad enough. Smoking hella weed, I'm on the alcohol. Shawty lick me clean away, she sucked me off. I keep 2 O's in my bed, I got them turning out. What would you do if you heard I got it going on? I had to burn, I left skirmers, I had to deal. Gotta watch for 12, around my town you might get killed. I'm on my mind, yeah, I'm high by the rim. You copping lie, boy, I got it all on film.
Run that back, turbo. You can get the biggest Chanel back in the store if you want it. I gave them the drip, they sucked it up, I got them on it. I bought a new Patek, I had the white, so I two-toned them. Taking these drugs, I'm gonna be up until the morning. That ain't your car, you just a Lisa, you don't own it. If I'm in the club, I got that 5 when I'm performing. The back end just came in and all hundreds. Vibes galore, cute shit, they all on us. I'm from Atlanta where young niggas run shit. I know they hating on me, but I don't read comments. Whenever I tell her to come, she come. Whenever it's smoke, we ain't running. Drip too hard, don't stand too close. You gon' fuck around and drown. Off this way, doing all these shows. I been on the road, I don't care where I go, long as I get paid. Bad little vibe, she been on my mind. Soon as I get back, she can slay. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night, another movie get made. Drip too hard, don't stand too close. You gon' fuck around and drown. Off this way, doing all these shows. I been on the road, I don't care where I go, long as I get paid. Bad little vibe, she been on my mind. Soon as I get back, she can slay. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night another movie get made.
Every other night another dollar get made. Every other night started with a good day. I feel like a child, I got boogers in the face. I'm dancing in the dollar, this shit is a parade. I don't want your train, I'm gon' want another slave. I had that draw that like too many bitches getting saved. TSA arrest me, so I took a private plane. These pussy niggas like it while I'm working on my aim. Drip too hard, charge to the car. Designer to the ground, I can barely spell the name. Drip too hard, caution on the floor. You gon' fuck around and drown, trying to ride a nigga wave.
Drip too hard, don't stand too close. You gon' fuck around and drown. Off this way, doing all these shows. I been on the road, I don't care where I go, long as I get paid. Bad little vibe, she been on my mind. Soon as I get back, she can slay. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night another movie get made. Drip too hard, don't stand too close. You gon' fuck around and drown. Off this way, doing all these shows. I been on the road, I don't care where I go, long as I get paid. Bad little vibe, she been on my mind. Soon as I get back, she can slay. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night another movie get made.
Round 1. Fight.
The pharmacy.
Like a tone, bitch, I'm looking like a lick. Think up Thanos, rock thumb in my fist. Entertainment with your bitch at night like Nick. Drake and Josh, how we team your bitch. Michael Jackson, one glove I hit. Crying in the club with my stick. AK-50 spit, how I got slimes on deck. Metal long, let it just flick pick. 2 girls, 2 cups, no, I had to level up. Ate a Mario mushroom quick. No, these niggas be chickens like a nugget. They be just actors, there's a Washington. I'ma play this at a song on a small violin. For the niggas in my scrap bin. Maybe we could get along, maybe we could be friends in another looking like my friend. Yo, cut dough. Baby on my nuts though. Cause I don't give a fuck ho. I might be around squirrels cause a nigga is a nut ho. This that, yes I get the biggest saturated fucking big fat. I'm not skinny dipping, big dripping, bitch, big facts. Chief, keep that pussy, bang, bang. Pretty please don't act like me and you is the fucking same thing. Yes nigga, I switched the floater on what the docs gang. They tryna bite like a vampire fang. Llammers wanna bend and land a nigga ang. Intelligence is only for the gentlemen, so silly pussy niggas, yes, trick for kids. That's the fact like a stumper captain. Lame niggas saying that they fucking demons, don't wonder that they lost up in the sauce in this bitch. I ain't never did a false deity, give me power or do a damn thing for me, bitch. When I'm acting like a monster like Stitch, you be acting like a bitch, so I call you sis. Switcheroo your bitch, This what I call an assist, Tell them this ain't that and that ain't this, what the flick of my wrist, Cut those, baby, on my nuts, cause I don't give a fuck, ho. I might be around squirrels, cause a nigga is a nut, ho.
Cutthroat, love it when they right, ho. Knife on the AK, step away, guy, ho. Hopping in that mosh pit, I was trying to raise shit. It's a different day, this like niggas on the same shit, I hate it. Rich like a white bitch, I should go blind, bitch. My dick up in your mom, bitch, you ain't no shit.com. Desert Eagle, take his head off, make it fly like a comet. Glizzy, crack your ass like Soulja Boy, screaming, yeah, bitch. Nigga, bitch, Granny bullet like a wish, D Rose when I drive to the paint with the foul, I'ma still get a swish, what the fuck, bro? You ain't tryna fuck, get the fuck at my spot, ho. But your ass get kicked out like a dot, ho. Cut though, baby, on my nuts though, cause I don't give a fuck, ho. I might be around squirrels, cause a nigga is a nut, ho. Yeah, water, pipe me up, fuck nigga, in between, cutthroat.
Weezy out of here. Weezy out of here.
Who think you fooling? We not new to it. We kinda fluid. House game on the wood. My cup filled with mud. I came out the hood. Sometimes the gangsta need a hug. I'ma get all my problems above. Hate when people be doing too much. Keep it real, the street show you no love. We don't need no one vouching for us. I've been grinding and found me a buzz. I've been searching for love and found less. It's so hard to start holding a grudge. My little dog spit your shit like a Dutch. My whole squad got that kid in the cut. Keep your shot cause these niggas play tough. Pick and choose who the right one to trust. Pick and choose who the right one to trust. Keep it real, it's a lot of fake love. Niggas hate but they bitches in love. Paint the Bentley all white like a dove. I took off, ain't the same as it was. Kid her out, told her walk to the bus. Over zipper can tell when it cut. You can't tell me that she ain't a slut. Who think you fooling? We not new to it. We kinda fluid. House game on the wood. My cup filled with mud. I came out the hood. Sometimes the gangsta need a hug. I'ma get all my problems above. Hate when people be doing too much. Keep it real, the street show you no love. I don't need no one vouching for me. I be flossing, ain't talking about my teeth. Car push out, I keep losing the keys. Shouldn't box my closet full of C's. My shit wet, Eliante BBs. I got pearls on my neck, not no beads. I gave cash in my bank while I'm sleep. New blue face, two-tone padded for lead. Been send a shopping spree on me. New agenda, don't do nothing free. Ain't no one of my foreigns on E. All my bitches got expensive weed. I still drink for my pain to get eased. I still talk to the Lord on my knees. Helping me take care of all of my needs. Now we take out the top for a breeze. Who think you fooling? We not new to it. We kinda fluid. House game on the wood. My cup filled with mud. I came out the hood. Sometimes the gangsta need a hug. I'ma get all my problems above. Hate when people be doing too much. Keep it real, the street show you no love.
Creeping through my window. Before you come outside, I got the info. Took her to the end zone from the end zone. Know I love to smoke, you love to lick more. Wanna hit the jack, then what you call for? All that out your name shit, that ain't called for. Who that creeping, know the tent is dark. 5%. All that fall in love shit, got it Kevin Hart. All that speed and fast shit, we might tell apart. All that copper rat shit, I might clip a sarge. Keep bouncing that ass, you just might get a wart. Yeah, if she bad, she get a pass into the tour. I think through the family, grab a bastards like Janet. Outside side, don't panic. Gotta switch, gotta change up transit. Still jump around, move fancy, and I still don't like shit fancy. Up late, feeling real chancy. Yeah, outside, really tryna end me. Yeah. Who's that creeping through my window? Before you come outside, I got the info. Took her to the end zone from the end zone. Know I love to smoke, you love to lick more. Wanna hit the jack, then what you call for? All that out your name shit, that ain't called for. Who the fuck is this? Let somebody baby mama inside of the bed. While I'm tryna tip, shawty say she old and got a razor in her lip. Mix my cup and twist one up, I love that ratchet shit. She like iced out wrist, iced out wrist. Fuck don't kiss, fuck she fuck don't kiss. Look like friends, but she say they twins. Jump right in, it's leg room in this bed. 10 miles to the crib, you know that's deep. I think it's someone out there watching me. Yeah. Who's that creeping through my window? Before you come outside, I got the info. Took her to the end zone from the end zone. Know I love to smoke, you love to lick more. Wanna hit the jack, then what you call for? All that out your name shit, that ain't called for. Cold 500, I don't put no miles on it. I was running wild, homie, with 500,000 on me. Going to the jeweler, bust the AP, yeah. Sliding on the water like a jet ski, yeah. I'm tryna fuck you and your bestie, yeah. Chopper with this girl, so do not test me, yeah. Ric Flair drip, go woo on a bitch. 5790, spit the coupe on my wrist. Multi-million-dollar, I'm a fool with the hits. Hop up in the lemon, drop the roof, show the tits. Put my finger, got the gang with me. Bought my purple ticket, got some brain on it. Nigga, we used to kick it, how you hang on me? Hop in the Bentley coupe and blow the brains out of it. We not the same, my nigga, we funding off the vision. And with your brain, yeah, we bought you like it's an auction, ain't it? Get the chopper, 100 round total, like it's a car collision. I made this shit mandatory, the means I had to get it. My shooter be begging, please, you ready to whack a nigga? I gave a nigga a dummy, I had to cap a nigga. I'm giving your whole away like she a rapper, nigga. Get added, then we go pray with the past scriptures. Going to the jeweler, bust the AP, yeah. Sliding on the water like a jet ski, yeah. I'm tryna fuck you and your bestie, yeah. Chopper with this girl, so do not test me, yeah. Ric Flair drip, go woo on a bitch. 5790, spit the coupe on my wrist. Multi-million-dollar, I'm a fool with the hits. Hop up in the lemon, drop the roof, show the tits. Going to the jeweler, bust the AP, yeah. Sliding on the water like a jet ski, yeah. I'm tryna fuck you and your bestie, yeah. Chopper with this girl, so do not test me, yeah. Ric Flair drip, go woo on a bitch. 5790, spit the coupe on my wrist. Multi-million-dollar, I'm a fool with the hits. Hop up in the lemon, drop the roof, show the tits.
You good, T-Minus? Niggas been counting me out, I'm counting my bullets, I'm loading my clips, I'm writing down names, I'm making a list, I'm checking it twice and I'm getting them hit. The real ones been dying, the fake ones is lit, the game is off balance, I'm back on my shit. The Bentley is dirty, my sneakers is dirty, but that's how I like it, you all on my dick. I'm all in my bag, as hard as it get. I do not store powder, I might take a sip, I might hit the blunt, but I'm liable to trip. I ain't popping no pill, but you do as you wish. I roll with some fiends, I love them to death. I got a few mil, but not all of them rich. What good is the bread if my niggas is broke? What good is first class if my niggas can't sit? That's my next mission, that's why I can't quit. Just like LeBron, get my niggas more chips. Just put the rollie right back on my wrist. This watch came from Drizzy, he gave me a gift. Back when the rap game was praying like this. To act like two legends cannot coexist. But I never beef with a nigga for nothing. If I smoke a rapper, it's gonna be legit. It won't be for clout, it won't be for fame. It won't be cause my shit ain't selling the same. It won't be to sell you my latest little sneakers. It won't be cause some niggas slid in my lane. Everything grows, it's destined to change. I love you little niggas, I'm glad that you came. I hope that you scrape every dollar you came. I hope you no money won't erase the pain. To the OGs, I'm thanking you now. Was watching you when you was paving the ground. I copied your cadence, I mirrored your style. I studied the greats, I'm the greatest right now. Fuck if you feel me, you ain't got a choice. I ain't do no promo, still made all that noise. The shit gon' be different, I set my intentions. I promise to slap all that hate out your voice. Niggas been counting me out, I'm counting my bullets, I'm loading my clips, I'm writing down names, I'm making a list, I'm checking it twice and I'm getting them hit. The real ones been dying, the fake ones is lit, the game is off balance, I'm back on my shit. The Bentley is dirty, my sneakers is dirty, but that's how I like it, you all on my dick. I just poured something in my cup, I've been wanting something I can feel. Promise I am never letting up. Money in your palm don't make you real. Foot is on their neck, I got them stuck. I'ma give them something they can feel. If it ain't about the squad, don't give a fuck. Pistol in your hand, I'm dead in the middle of two generations. I'm little bro and big bro all at once. Just left the lab with young 21 Savage. I'm about to go on me jigger for lunch. Had a long talk with a young nigga Kodak. Reminded me of young niggas from Ville. Straight out the projects, no faking, just honest. I wish that he had more guidance for real. Too many niggas in cycle of jail, spending their birthdays inside of a cell. We coming from a long bloodline of trauma. We raised by our mamas, Lord, we gotta heal. We hurting our sisters, the babies as well. We killing our brothers, they poison the well. Distorted self-image, we settle the fail. I'ma make sure that the real gon' prevail, nigga. I just poured something in my cup. I've been wanting something I can feel. Promise I am never letting up. Money in your palm don't make you real. Foot is on their neck, I got them stuck. I'ma give them something they can feel. If it ain't about the squad, don't give a fuck. Pistol in your hand don't make you real. Pistol in your hand don't make you real. Money in your palm don't make you real.
Top shot. Posted in front of the trap, selling dope till the sun come down. Take a fuck nigga right off the map. When I hit him with this whole 100 round. Young jock in the club with my clock. You wanna play it, then this bitch going down. We ain't hesitating, bullies get the blazing. I'ma lay him down like he in a lounge. Walk him down, walk him down. Walk him down, 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 walk him down. Walk down on them in Balenciaga runners. My blood slime a nigga out just like an anaconda. You go against me, then you fuck just like a used condom. I roll them up and then I smoke them like some good guns. Hey, still doing drive-bys, but I wanna walk them. If I can't find them, you know I'm gonna stalk them. Cause tape up on the scene, I had to white talk them. Running from my gun, but my bullets had to hold them. Posted in front of the trap, selling dope till the sun come down. Take a fuck nigga right off the map. When I hit him with this whole 100 round. Young jock in the club with my clock. You wanna play and then this bitch going down. We ain't hesitating, bullies get the blazing. I'ma lay him down like he in a lounge. Walk him down, 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 walk him down.
Nigga, I was posted on the corner where the J's at. Roll up in the 4x4, pull up at the corner. And I got red in my drink when I poured soda. I remember praying that the feds never take the Motorola. Chopper got the chopper, make him do a backflip. Pay my dog down and walk him down, he need the racks, bitch. I been drinking, I been taking all this codeine to the face. Got a lot of M's in the safe. Caught a murder, then I beat the case. I was just about to do the race.
Posted in front of the trap, selling dope till the sun come down. Take a fuck nigga right off the map. When I hit him with this whole 100 round. Young jock in the club with my clock. You wanna play it, then this bitch going down. We ain't hesitating, bullies get the blazing. I'ma lay him down like he in a lounge. Walk him down, walk him down, walk 'em 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 down.
Yo, yo, okay, yo. Songs I speak. Let me just talk my shit. Is it cold to hear to you? What? Whoa, kidding. Yo, big drip, light stick from a big whip. Fendi on my collar, I'm a real rich prick. Feel like some extra piece, shake 'em off my dick. Too much sauce, bro, my heel. Caution, you might need emergency kit. Coughing, anything I fought with real. Feeling like a tongue, cause I'm living like a lick. $1,000 shoes, same color, pick a rich. Yoshi, I'm a moto, numbers like Sudoku. Run around the city in a toga, eating noodles. Think I'm a star, chilling near Pluto. Yo, you know, I'm on a roll, just like a lobster. These niggas imposters, I can let the cop first. My diamonds wetter than damn Davy Jones. Cause Sirski slump, yo, bad mother, they feel me like Braille. She wet like a whale. I pull up, they bail. Well, they wishing me well. I don't go with 12, cause that is an L. L. Yeah, I'ma take your bitch out to Denny's. Trapping like I'm trapping in Benny. Ooh, be that bitch came from Old Kenny. My bitch same color as Henny. Or the same color as pennies. Spend that bitch like I'm her nanny. Pick up on a nigga like a fanny. I'm in a phantom like my name is Danny. Be-Lo, toss a nigga green like CeeLo. I pop up with the pistol like a cheat code. And that bitch bustin' like a free code. Ooh, Mako, cost me El Cinco. Jury, it be wetter than a sinkhole. Thinking that I'm cute because the links hoe. They feel me like Braille. She wet like a whale. I pull up, they bail. Well, they wishing me well. I don't go with 12, cause that is an L. L. They feel me like Braille. She wet like a whale. I pull up, they bail. Well, they wishing me well. I don't go with 12, cause that is an L. L. Yo.
Please, perhaps I have such special needs. I wondered what was wrong with me. Friends all fall so
Pussies, called the first one savage, mold my mood, that's what it was. 2016 we was running around, beat niggas up in the club. I know she around for the money, but act like she loyal, I don't feel the love. I'm so rich, get bored, might wake up, buy me a car just cuz. Her titties is hard cause she spent the 5, my bitch titties cost me a dub. All my bitches got BBLs, all my bitches got blood. I ain't with the rap beef, Draco, pedophile, all my arts get touched. We ain't never ran off on no bar, but we still be hopping out cuz. Running, 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 running. I leave all my cars running, 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 running. All my ops be running, 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 running. Wipe his nose, it was running, 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 running. Savage never did no. That closet for your wife, that hookah for your wife. I'm slaughter gang, pussy, you know I brought my knife. He was talking gangster, we caught him at a light. I let my young nigga do it, it was free, he wanted a strike. Having my way with the cheese, I'm in the den with the thieves. I know that she ratchet, I could tell by the way that she wearing her weed. Smoking on Zaza, this shit came out the garden with Adam and Eve. Chopper go 5-5, shoot up your power, I nigga trying to make y'all bleed. Got out of line, spanked that baby, we had to rock on the sleeve. Pussy, is it an issue? Keep me a pistol, I ain't finna dish you. Pussy, all that pillow talk, I'ma have to send a boogeyman to come get you. Chain hang low like a yo-yo, your bitch ride dick like pogo. Running, 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 running. I leave all my cars running, 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 running. All my ops be running, 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 running. Wipe his nose, it was running, 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 running. Savage never did no. I bought a Hollywood bitch. club crucial. Oh God. I was at the Met Gala with my shooter. Oh God. Slaughter gang, we don't do recruiting. 21. Say you ready to catch a body, gotta prove it. Gotta prove that shit, nigga. Shit ain't no motherfucking game, nigga. Get your bitch ass whack, nigga. Big facts, big 4L, nigga. Big zone 6, nigga. We run the motherfucking city, nigga. Y'all nigga know what the fuck going on, nigga. Body for body, nigga. Money for money, nigga. We skunking everybody, nigga. Fuck your crew, nigga. We'll kill your crew. Pussy, pussy, pussy.
If your metro don't trust you, I'm gonna shoot you.
Are things better or worse the second time around? Can we really do anything more than once? More than once? More than once?
Dean, what's poppin'? Yo, Travers.
Star girl, all from the valley.
Honestly, God bless.
Who left for hometown world, all for the alley. Who created late child, all from her panties.
I hope it was wet like my jumper though.
Who used to take the long way home, all for that. John turned the flame, now you rolling on the Abbey. 50 on a chain, other 50 on a caddy. Ooh, he might pop him a pill, pop him a seal, pop anyone, pop anything to find out.